Hi everyone, welcome one and all to this very special stream here on Wandering DM. I am Simon at Wandering DM. Welcome to our show. Before we start, I just want to thank all of our sponsors here, Mage and Press, that you can go and look up at store.mageandpress.com if you're into D&D 5th edition. They make 5th edition supplements, and they also make Dark Matter, the 5th edition in space campaign setting that we play here on Wandering DM every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. You can also check out down below under the video our new sponsor, Found Familiar, the coffee company. If you're interested in delicious coffee like I'm drinking in copious quantities every stream, check them out, Found Familiar. You can use code WanderingDM to get 10% off everything that you purchase. And if you live in the States, you get free shipping for any order of $50 and above. Our last sponsor is this time Dice Envy. If you like shiny math click-clacks, you want new dice, I know the holidays have come and gone, but if you want them, just go ahead and look up Dice Envy and click on the link down below to check all of their cool dice sets. So, that being said, let's go around the table, introduce ourselves, tell us who you are, and that's about it, because we'll pick the characters, I guess. So we don't know who we're playing just yet. But let's go around the table. We'll start with Rin.
Hi, I'm Rin, at Heaven's Night on Twitter. You can find me on the Cyberpunk Red game on Simon's channel. Otherwise, I'm pretty new to the streaming game, so but I'm hoping to have fun today. Yay!
And also be very terrified.
Hello.
Next up is Eddie.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Eddie Freeman. You can find me on the Twitters at Pixel Pirate with the first E being a 3. I play in Simon's Dark Matter game on Tuesdays. I've been kind of really dying to explore the alien worlds for some time now. I've only watched the movies, so that's all I really know. But yeah, I'm excited.
All right, and last but certainly not least among the players is Kika.
Hey, I'm Kika at KikaVio on Twitter, at twitch.tv/KIKKA on Twitch. And Simon, what shows are we on together that we can actually talk about?
Well, I think we can talk about yours if you want to.
Oh yeah, okay. So we are going to be doing a Chronicles of Darkness game on the Onyx Path channel. Not this Monday, but the Monday after it. Monday the 13th, where everybody is going to be playing human characters and having to survive in a Chronicles of Darkness world where there are vampires and werewolves and all that good creepy stuff while trying to solve a mystery. And that is a game that I put together myself, and Simon is doing production on. I'm going to be one of the players, and it should be really fun.
It should. I'll announce it on Twitter also on my end as we get closer to the premiere.
Yep.
There will be other shows right now, Kika, that we are going to be playing together, but they're far off in the distance, so we'll wait for that. Even though we're all super eager to play.
Yeah, all my other shows are like starting in a month or two.
And lastly, welcome everyone, and welcome to our GM. Ivan, can you tell us a bit about yourself? And then I'll leave the mic up to you.
Sure. No. Thank you, Simon. I'm Ivan Van Norman. You can find me on Twitter at Hydra_Lord. I walk the spirit world and the material world in a fine line between book publishing and good old-fashioned RPG media stuff. I don't know, Simon. I don't know what the hell I do. I just love games, and I'm a big fan of Alien. And when you told me I could totally run Alien today, I was very excited because I picked up this game from Free League, and I heard about it actually a long time ago when my buddy who who helped put the deal together, was like, "Hey, they're gonna be making an Alien game," and I'm like, "You're kidding? No, really? Does it suck? Please don't tell me it sucks." And he's like, "No, it totally doesn't suck." And guess what? It really doesn't suck. It's amazing. So I'm kind of a big fan. I literally have the embryo from Alien 3 cover like hanging out on my desk. It's like that level of I love it. And the last painted mini I actually did, the only painted mini I've been able to do since my kid was born 4 years ago, is this Praetorian Guard that is also on my desk as well too. So you could say I'm a fan. Yeah, so thank you everyone so much for joining me at the table today. I always love playing with new people, and it's always a pleasure when I get to share a new game with something that I'm super passionate and fun about. Before we started streaming, I just want to reiterate that we had an opportunity to kind of talk about our session 0 a little bit. Chariot of the Gods is a preset campaign. It is actually kind of the preset campaign that you can purchase in addition to the core book online. And in the physical store itself. So there's not a whole lot of surprises. I hope none of you have read it. But at the same time, I did want to make abundantly clear that since this is a horror game, we did have a nice conversation about what our no-go zones are, what our veils and curtains are. And I'm highly encouraging anyone who might be on Roll20, if they're uncomfortable or if they want to get away from the table a little bit. So even though we're streaming, that doesn't mean we need to persevere through. You can always we can put a big pause on it, because it's much better to do that and take care of yourself than power through it and then have to deal with it later, and that's no fun. I'd rather I'll deal with it as a table than deal with it alone with your pillow and your cat. So that's kind of my attitude around it. So yes, we have our Roll20 app up. There's 4 of you and there's 5 characters, which means there'll be 1 left over, which I'm happy to basically be putting on autopilot and float around. Everyone's still going to be a part of this campaign, but you can basically use them as a NPC who is on your side. So the 5 characters that we have available are, and I'm sorry if I'm blowing through all of this, but I also know that we have a lot to get through. And, I want to make sure you can all get as much story as you possibly can. So we have Wilson, who's our company agent. He's the corporate liaison on your ship. You have Rye and Cham, who are both roughnecks. They're kind of like your muscle inside of this space. And then you've got Miller and Davis, who's the officer and pilot respective. This is a 5-man crew because, frankly, your ship, the Montero, is pretty tiny. You're space truckers on a star freighter that's running the gauntlet. So that's the like pitch line through the sets. And I'll get into more of like what's going on inside of it, but really that's the kind of information I want you to be aware of before you decide who you want to dive into. So does anyone have any thoughts, opinions, or emotions about who they'd like to play today?
I'd like to play either Rye or Davis because I'm down for doing this bitter personality or this adrenaline junkie personality.
All right.
I was totally thinking that you might like that bitter one or the Rye one there. Oh man, yeah. I was looking at Rye as well as potentially the Davis as well. So if you want to do a flip a coin for it or something like that, I'm totally down.
Which one do you prefer?
Let me do Davis.
And I'll do Rye.
Perfect. Yeah, because I am kind of an adrenaline junkie myself.
And I'm very bitter.
Rin, did
Just
you
like my coffee?
All right, so we're gonna have Kika is gonna be playing. Sorry, did I hear right? Rye. Okay, cool. So we have Kika playing Rye, and then we have who decided to claim Davis? Eddie.
Yep.
Okay, Eddie's playing Davis.
Yeah, I met myself muted, but I changed my name in the chat in our video so we can.
Oh, hey, cool. There we go. Just in the chat. Oh, in our chat.
Yeah, in the Zoom.
Oh, in the Zoom chat. All right, I've got 2 monitors and no perception, so it's totally fine. Great. Then that now puts us into a position where we just have 2 left. It is highly encouraged that someone take Miller, at least as the captain or the leading officer.
Makes
Wilson
sense.
is kind of the one that can go on his own a little bit, but I would encourage either Simon or Eddie to pick Miller.
You mean
at
Rin?
the very
Or
least. Or Rin. I'm so sorry. Yes, Rin. I put Rin down as Davis.
I was looking at Cham.
All right,
Ooh.
I'll be Miller.
How classic, Simon! You get to be captain of the podcast, and you also get to be captain of this team.
It is my lot in life.
No, we're gonna have
All right, so Rin, you're doing Cham,
All this captain's mistakes.
Yeah, exactly.
carrying leadership all the way through life for you. So, all right, and just to confirm, Rin, you're doing Cham, right? Cool. Okay, which means Wilson, the company agent, is going to kind of float on his own. So the system is fairly straight through, and on VTT it'll be a little more challenging because it is a kind of a visual dice system. So it's a dice pool that's based off of D6s. So when you see a stat such as strength and heavy machinery, or Comtech and wits, not unlike the storytelling system a little bit, you're going to form those dice pools and you're going to roll that many D6. Now the difference is that you're going to only succeed on 6s. So any 1 6 is considered a success, and any additional 6 after that initial 1 is going to be, in 7th C they call it a raise, and this one I believe is just called a flourish, or they have another game term for it, and I'm not quite familiar with it. I first was introduced to it in 7th C, so I've been calling it raises for my entire life. So that's the base of the game. When I ask for a skill check, you're gonna form those dice pools, you're gonna roll that many dice, and you're gonna look for the 6s. Now there will be times in which you're going to accumulate stress dice. Okay, and in the game, on the physical matter, the stress dice are a different colored D6 that is attached to your regular D6. Now, those ones will also go into your dice pool, but when you roll the dice pool that includes any stress dice with it, any 1 results on a stress die is going to lead to you panicking. It's going to auto-fail the roll immediately. And even if you got multiple 6s, 1 on a stress dice is going to auto-fail the roll, and then you're going to roll on a panic chart. And it's depending on how many stress dice you have, the more likely a variable panic result is going to come up. So those are the core mechanics of the game. There are some situations that'll come up during combat, which I'm happy to get to when we get into the combat stage, but really everything is based around these elements. Now, I just realized that I have the scenario up, but I don't have the core rule book for your guys's. You have some talents which are played out in place, and I'm happy to share those with you. I just need to go grab the rule book real quick.
No
Otherwise, the things like the long haul, true grit, pull rank. I do know that Miller pull rank allows you basically to force someone to do something. But you accumulate a stress dice for it, as long as they're your rank, or as long as they're lower than your rank. So in this case, it's your crew. You can tell them to do something, but you're gonna basically accumulate a stress dice for your trouble. You know, and I believe True Grit will allow for a you get to ignore a stress result once in like the campaign. But again, I know exactly where it is, so you're just going to see darkness for a second while you all kind of talk about yourselves. You will notice that each one is a buddy and a rival. Not everyone on this team has a rival, but everybody usually has a buddy. So these are just kind of ways to kind of tie together in this initial stage while we're all figuring each other out. All right?
Okay.
Give me 30 seconds.
No problem.
I appreciate that we all chose the characters that have buddies.
Yeah, well, Wilson is the company agent. I mean, who wants to play Wilson?
That's very true. That damn corp.
So my buddy is Davis.
Which is me. Hi. And buddy's Miller, and I have the reckless talent, which makes sense. Signature items is a pill bottle that's almost empty.
Oh,
That's concerning.
Well, because apparently I am a drug addict.
Hey, you know what? Pilots got to get their stuff going. So, you're a bit of an adrenaline junkie, I would probably say. So,
Right. That's personality, which I
Right.
appreciate. I appreciate that it has like kind of like a base setting of like, you know, kind of personality as well as talents and traits to kind of give you a little bit of personality or way of playing that character.
Right. So, Cham, Rin, your true grit talent will allow you to push any skill-based roll based on your strength twice. Now, normally, if you roll a dice and you gain no successes, you can, at the most, press it to basically offer yourself a reroll. It's a straight reroll, but you're going to accumulate a stress dice. True Grit allows you to basically do that twice on a single roll, but only for a strength check. But you're also going to get another stress dice for it. So you can basically push through a single check twice as long as it's strength. Get multiple rerolls, but you're just going to accumulate stress dice every single time you do that. Copy that?
Yep.
Sweet. Now, Davis with Reckless, you can push any skill-based roll that uses agility twice. So it's just like True Grit, but this one is for agility, not strength checks.
Okay.
Right? Now, let's see. Who do I have left? Rye, the Long Haul. So that's a roughneck. Yeah, once per act. So we're going to basically have 3 acts in this game, Kika. So once per act, you may ignore all of your stress dice from a single roll. So you get 1 free pass on stress for the long haul. It's because you've seen it all kind of attitude. All right?
That's why you're bitter.
Yeah. Seen it all. So you can ignore, for 1 die roll, you can ignore any stress results. The 1 facings. And then
Nice.
Miller, we talked a little bit, but you basically can pull rank and force someone to do something, but you accumulate a stress dice for it. All right? And to be fair too, it's not an automatic. You will roll command against their manipulation. So it's not an automatic pass, but you will have to basically do an opposed check against whoever you would like to manipulate. And if you succeed, they got to follow your orders, but you're going to take that stress dice.
All right.
Cool.
Yes.
Cool. Any last minute questions or kitty scritches before we begin the game?
Yes, Stream Kitty will make its presence known during the game because it knows whenever the camera's on.
Because something's paying attention to you other than them. So.
Yeah.
I know it too well.
Cool. All right. Well then, let's roll this. What's the story, Mother? Ooh, hold on. I did get to enjoy my jukebox a little bit. So let me know if this comes through to everybody, okay?
Ooh, sounds.
All right. You are space truckers on the Starfreight USC SS Montero, running the Gauntlet, a trade route between Anchor Point Station and the Frontier Lines. Your ship's cargo hold is packed with dozens of tanks of dangerous tritanium gas that is in the process of decaying into an extremely profitable helium-3. Now, usually, cargo such as these are towed in a massive tanker module that transports much higher concentrations of the gas at a much safer distance from the freight hauler. So imagine like the tow truck with a huge line and a trailer full of helium-3, or in this case, tritium gas. But the Montero isn't rated as a commercial towing vehicle. So this is a small run that's a kind of a special order for a Weyland-Yutani corporate account on Sutter's World, and it's a newly established frontier colony. So you're basically making a much smaller concentration run that's set out for Sutter's World. While the trip so far has been fairly routine, the Montero sensors did develop a small glitch before you left Anchor Point and has sporadically been pinging contact with a sensor reflection before you activated your displacement drive and went FTL. Your cargo run so far has been without incident. Now, you're just awakening from hypersleep, ready to deliver your goods into the colony of Sutter's World. All right? So, Your story begins with the freezing cold of a hypersleep chamber and this glassed opaque frost in front of you as you hear the loud tss of air being displaced, as you hear the creaking and the mechanical whirl of your hypersleep pods slowly rising up from their tubes. The dry, just sandpaper taste of your tongue is just laden before you as your lips kind of open and crack as the waking hangover that you are experiencing just comes across you like a freight train as you slowly come into consciousness. You kind of pull your arms up, all of you, a little bit in your atrophied state as you try to rub all of the muscles out of all of your muscles back awake, and you kind of wake up in your very, very practical skivvies as you slowly slide out of your hypersleep pods. What would you like to do?
I imagine as the pilot, I wake up a little bit earlier than most.
No, you'd wake up the same time as everybody else. That's
Okay.
just part of the hypersleep stage. So,
well, either way, I would start doing kind of the systems check and like just like slowly, groggily, like, you know, get myself to the nearest console or interface where I could start just doing a systems check.
okay, cool. So what I can tell you, and I'll throw it in here real quick, is that there is, I'll give you a small kind of layout of the Montero, which is what you are in at the moment. So it's not, again, the most phenomenal ship. In fact, it's very, very small, as we talked about. At the same time, yeah, here, let me just get this up here so you can take a peek at it real quick. Oh, hey, big boy. There we go. Yeah. So there's a Montero. So you're coming out of your cryo bin, and you basically walk the long haul to your first junction, and your first step would be towards the galley. So if I'm hearing you correctly, do you just want to pop up a console and just do a remote systems checks from the galley, or are you heading straight for the bridge?
I would probably go straight for the bridge.
All right. So Davis, you're waking up and
Kind
you're
of
just
like
slapping yourself awake as you barely put on your pants and basically maybe throw open a jacket, or maybe you don't. Maybe you just literally sit in your pilot's chair in your underwear and just do a systems check.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of imagine that I have a routine. You know, this isn't my first time coming out of hypersleep, so
No.
or cryosleep. So yeah, it's just like, yeah, all right, shake it off, Davis, and get like the initial check going as I call out to Miller. It's like, hey, can you grab me a jacket? My body hasn't caught up with temperature yet.
What am I, your mother, Davis?
You know this is every time. Come on.
You grab your own jacket. What's the status right now?
I look across the board. Does everything look normal?
So as you're going through the systems check, you can actually see that you are nowhere close to Sutter's World. At least there's nothing currently pinged out anywhere close to it. No one's hailed you. You've kind of reached out to what you assume would be Sutter's World initial ping, and
Right.
you're finding that you're nowhere. Like, it's, in fact, even just doing a cursory glance at your navigation charts, it looks there's literally nothing around you for like light years.
Okay. Miller, or sorry, not Miller. Davis. Gotta get used to my name. Davis. Like rubs eyes. What? Captain, this Miller, this can't be right. We're in the middle of nowhere. I'm like checking the systems again.
Making sure you get into it. Now, what about you, Cham and Rye? What are you doing? Are you just kind of letting Miller and Davis deal with the ship a little bit, or do you got some?
I am definitely stumbling right to the galley and starting up some coffee.
Yes, coffee, please, because everything is sore and everything is dry and it's driving me nuts. But
I'm
I'll
gonna be here
look
for
over
no
this.
reason, so we definitely need some coffee to get shit done.
Yeah, I'll probably look over the ship physically more just to make sure nothing moved around, everything it's in its place.
Okay, so you kind of just do a cursory walk,
Yep.
Cham, because that's what you would do anyway. Is just literally, standard walk around the ship, all like 1,000 square feet of deck that you'd have to deal with,
Yep.
and you check around and go into it. It's going to be more than 1,000 feet, but you know what I get at. While Rye is basically just sitting in the galley, letting everyone else do their thing while you brew up the coffee. So, Davis, you're pinging Sutter's World and you're not getting any kind of response. There's a sensors. If you want to make a sensors diagnostic, you could make sure to do that, and you could take a leak at ping if you'd like.
Okay, yeah, let's do
Make
the
a
first
Comtech roll for me.
So I'm building my dice pool. Let's see, I've got.
This would be
Comtech
wits. Wits and Comtech, I believe.
So I've got a plus. So I've got 2 in wits and 1 in Comtech. So that would be a dice.
It looks like you got a 3 in wits. If I'm looking at your character sheet correctly.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at Cham for some reason. I don't have any income.
But if you have none in Comtech, then you'll just be rolling straight on the stat.
You
Okay.
could ask me to do the Comtech because I have 3 in Comtech and 4 in wits.
That's a good point. How about I? Well, okay. Is there like an assistance thing where I can assist? I can like call up Rye.
Well, it's fucking Rye's job. So why don't you just have Rye do the damn check? It's up to you. If you want to do an assist, you basically would be able to go into it, and then I think you get to add 1 extra dice. I'll double check. It's really is one of those situations where everyone can try once, kind of a situation.
I also like the narrative of this where Davis basically calls back, Rye, what the fuck are you doing? There's the ships. We're in the middle of nowhere. What happened?
Fucking coffee, man. Be there
bring
in
me
a
up
second.
a cup and bring me up a cup and let's get this done.
Look, I know everyone's gonna want some, so I'm getting this done first.
All right, so cool. You take your time. And Rye to basically drop up a coffee as you hear just Davis screaming over the intercom as you bring it up to go look at see if there's anything wrong. Just do a sensors diagnosis, which is something that you're familiar with enough with the ship to make a decent Comtech roll for.
Yeah, so it's wits plus
Comtech.
Wits plus Comtech, and I roll just
4
d6s.
plus 3, so 7.
Yep, 7. You're looking at 7 d6s.
D6.
Dang.
Is that good?
Let me go back in here. Let me see. It depends on how many d6s you've got.
Oh, she's got 1 6.
Okay, then you succeeded with your 1-6. So
just like slide in like the front of the ship with my mug that says "Universe's Best Dad" that I got for like 50 cents.
Yeah, perfect. So you sip from your dehydrated coffee as you kind of ping around, click a few very loud keys. You just run a sensors diagnosis on the system, and you realize that there was an approaching ship that was coming out as like a ping. So the one ping that you got that was out there that may have been Sutter's World was nothing. It's just it's a sensor malfunction, but there's no Sutter's World anywhere, and all the sensors are running. They're running fine. It's not a navigational error. You are where you are. At that point, you hear a bloop, 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 as you hear Mother come over the line requesting that Miller come and report directly to them.
Miller walks up to the bridge and will throw a jacket at Davis as she sits down.
Finally.
And I figure this is like a console next to her captain's chair or something.
It's Mother. When you sit down in your captain's chair and try to do the remote log into Mother, because there's a remote key into Mother at the captain's chair, it actually denies you access and wants you to talk to it directly. So if you look on the map, you'll see that Mother has their own little area that's right
Yeah.
off the main bridge.
Oh, it's MUTHUR. Oh,
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, cool.
All right. Well, I'll get up.
While they're coming through, though, I'll be like, "Hey, Cap, looks like we just had a quick nose scrape with another ship, knocked us out of hyperspace."
Is that what Mother wants to tell us?
Mm.
All right. Thanks for letting me know. I'll just give me a...
Coffee's up.
Great. I'll need copious amount of it. And I'll go open the door to Mother's
Right.
room.
So you walk down the short kind of hallway, and you can feel as the fluorescent lights on your ship, which is, this is your ship, but at this point Wilson's coming up to you as well too, because Wilson partly owns the ship with you as part of the run with it, and goes, Miller, you want me to go in there with you? It doesn't look like we're anywhere close to Sutter's World.
No, it doesn't. All right, come along, I guess.
All right.
All
right. Well,
I'm all foggy.
So Wilson kind of comes in, and his disheveled hair, he hasn't even bothered to comb it as well too, and he kind of has this velveteen robe that he's wearing, as he hasn't even bothered to put his pants on yet either, as you both walk directly into Mother's place. So Wilson kind of stands in the back because Mother just has kind of a single chair, and you type into the console, what's the story, Mother? And you hear as the loud typing comes across. And it basically lays out to you that there is a distress signal that automatically took your ship out of cryosleep and has put it onto a impulse course, and they basically are requesting you to investigate it. So, and then it's coming with a transmission that it pops up. So after the text comes up saying, emergency broadcast beacon detected, ship delayed course, rerouting to transmission signal, investigate. And then you'll see as like a waveform pops up with a garbled transmission, and you can't hear anything in it. It's basically just static. There's a sound of maybe a voice in there somewhere, so it does sound like there's a human attempting to speak in there, but it's so distorted at this stage you can't get anything from it. So, and Wilson goes, shit. Well, there goes the Sutter's run.
Simon, you're muted.
Simon, you're muted.
I thought I wasn't. Wilson, we'll make do with whatever this distress signal is. Maybe we'll find something to make with our
company says we have to investigate, so we investigate. Do you want to break into the crew, or should I? Not really a big fan of me.
I'll do it. You'll owe me.
Right. All right. Thanks. So you both kind of walk out of Mother's hallway, and she comes behind you as you walk into the bridge. Yeah.
Everyone, we've
what's up?
What's the deal?
We've intercepted a distress signal Mother wants us to investigate. So,
Fucking corpse.
Yeah, run's gone to hell. We have to do that instead.
Ryan looks out the window, just in a direction, and says, "Well, I investigated. Let's go."
Davis would look back at the cargo, the hold, and just be like, I mean, this is already dangerous as fuck. What are we gonna do?
Well, I don't know. Maybe they're in need of fuel.
I mean, we can only hope, I suppose. All right. What's the plan, Cap?
Well, the ship's being rerouted automatically to the coordinates of the distress beacon.
And what did the distress beacon say?
Nothing.
Nothing?
I think there was a voice. It was very hard to hear.
Is there anything we can do to clean that up?
You can try. I mean, you can definitely take the waveform and try to see if you can run it through a bunch of filters to see if you can get anything out of it. It may also help you triangulate the source of where the beacon is coming to a little more direct, because at this point, per your comms check, I mean, there's just nothing out there.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that, given that it's probably gonna be asked of me anyway.
I was going to ask you, but thank you, Rye, for volunteering to do it.
I know my job. Make coffee, do comms.
All right. So you want to try to clean up the waveform a little bit, right?
Yep.
All right. Let's make another comms check roll then.
Ooh, no sixes.
I see nothing. All right. So you basically dump it into the wave. You dump it in. You try to run a few filters into it. You get some success, but it's basically the data is so broken. It's lucky that it even opened. Frankly, it's just there's just so much just broken data inside of there that you can't get hardly anything out of it. So
This
there's
is just a big pile of garbage. Are we sure they're even still alive out there?
Yeah, I guess what's let's see, options here. So right now we're in autopilot, basically being impulsed towards the ship.
towards the general direction of where the distress beacon was going off.
Okay. And then let's see. I guess I'm just thinking this through, like what are our options?
My vote would be just to fly by, see if we can get anyone on the radio, and if no one answers, we just go.
All right.
So you're gonna reach out via the radio, see if you can hail them.
Yeah.
Do a flyby.
Yeah, I mean you're already flying through anyway. Do you want to speed up or do you want to keep going with your current speed?
I
Cap.
don't want to.
Oh, sorry. Cap. I mean, are we still trying to make this run, or is this basically? Actually, maybe I should talk to Wilson. Wilson, is this fucking our run or what?
Look,
Are
if
we still getting paid?
well, look, you're all still getting paid as long as we investigate this thing. I mean, the company says in your contracts that, should the company deem any job fit for the crew to run through, that it becomes part of their duties. So we all get paid as long as we follow company procedure. And if Mother stopped us in order to investigate us, then it's company procedure.
Are we getting overtime for this or something?
You're funny, right? Yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. All right.
All right, Cap. I'm gonna speed us up. Let's get this done.
All right.
Yeah.
So Davis, you're gonna just basically pull the throttle a little bit, and you push it up. You kind of get a little more speed as you start continuing moving through the blackness of space. When suddenly you hear Mother coming across the line. Oh, that's not loud enough. You hear Mother come along the line. Goes, warning, collision imminent. Warning, collision imminent. I need you to make a piloting roll, Davis, immediately.
All right. That's agility plus piloting.
Yep.
All right, I got 8 in that. So
warning, collision imminent. Warning, collision imminent.
Oh, Davis, do something.
I'm on this, Captain. I'm pulling on my pants as I'm I got 3 6s.
You got 3 6s? Okay, so tell me how you basically miss this giant science vessel that's 4 times the size of your ship, and you basically do it and you show off while doing it.
Yeah,
the devil comes out and takes the wheel.
Yeah, I imagine I'm putting on my pants while doing a barrel roll of sorts into a gap. So you said it's quite large comparatively. If there's a gap anywhere, I find that hole and I thread the needle.
You thread the needle while holding onto extremely volatile, flammable, gas. In the meantime, you basically manage to skirt along, and you just pray and you hope and you hold on to this hope that you do not hear the sound of metal on metal as you're coming through, and you basically go across and push right through it as this thing, as your objective speeds basically just go right past each other on almost a mid-collision course. And as you're going by it, you realize that it's going at a relative speed of 0.04 light speed at this stage. So it's not fast. It's not like FTL fast by any stage, but it ain't slow either. It's moving,
I'm like, where the fuck did that come from? And as I'm doing the barrel roll, I'm like, whew. Oh, like as I skate by, like the adrenaline just pumps, and I'm like, you just see a wide grin on Davis's face.
Gonna need more coffee for this shit.
Like my coffee probably spilled, and I'm like, oh, I'm awake now. Whew.
Yeah, remember, we're highly flammable, Davis.
Yes, yeah, I know, Captain, I know.
Too early in the morning. Like, I want
What
to live
is
a little
morning
longer.
out here?
No.
Relative morning as well too.
right, yeah.
So Davis, as you kind of kick around, you kind of flip on the floodlights going across now relative speed along this ship, and you come across and you plop on the
Yeah.
floodlights because this thing is dark. As you kind of, the only reason you even saw it or knew about it is because Mother was collision sensors were going off, but the
Right.
only reason you were even able to thread this needle is because you were looking at the absence of stars that was the blackness as its shadow versus what was actually the background of stars in front of you. So I mean, this thing is just a black shape in the void of space as you stare at it, but not when you kick on the floodlights and you kind of look into it and you see it is a much larger vessel than yours, and you see the distinctive call letters on it: USCSS Cronus.
Cap, this ship can't. What is this? The ship we're looking for? Is this what Mother was talking about?
Might be. Let's check. Is there a way that we have to pinpoint if the distress signal came from the USCSS?
And considering that there was nothing out here
Yeah.
before when you were around, and then this ship did not come up on any of your radars or any of your sensor data, like there was no energy signature, there was nothing, and it just kind of appeared out of nowhere, you could assume this is it. And if you want to type in the Cronus in the Weyland-Yutani database, it may have some information for you as well too.
I think I will do that just in case.
So you pop up USSCC Cronus, and you do realize that it is a Weyland SEV M3 Heliodus class spacecraft. It was used for scientific research, and it was launched in 2110. And it was considered out of service and gone missing 75 years ago.
Wow.
Some cursory just Rye, as you kind of like just actually hit it with your sensors now because you actually know where it is. You can see that it is running off of minimal power, and all of its exteriors and interior lights are off, and the only sign of life inside of the ship is just the repeating SOS signal. That's it. Otherwise, if you hit it with all you've got, you're getting nothing on there.
Well, I'm assuming everyone's dead. Let's go.
You hear as Mother comes up on your minor console now on your front, and Mother says, updated objectives. Crew run salvage operation mandated by company rules. Priority set. 1.
Can't.
Recover scientific data and samples from Cronus. Escort and salvage Cronus to Anchorhead or another Weyland-Yutani facility. Save any surviving crew members of the Cronus. It also is going to pop up a floor plan for you as well, too. So I'm going to move Montero.
Looks
away.
like our job has changed, and we're now both towing this ship back to Anchor Station, and also we have to go in and fetch the scientific data.
Can't we just pump some fuel into it and set it to autopilot its way to a station?
Yeah, Cap. It's been missing for 75 years, you said?
And it's just floating out here. Either there's something busted with it, or something happened to the crew, which makes me not want to get on that shit.
Sounds creepy.
Yeah, Cap. All right, well.
Creepy, but we have to do it. We're also paid for that.
That's true. Freaking corpse. No offense, Wilson.
None taken. I'm just as excited as you are to go on to a derelict space ghost ship. But
Who knows what
if
creeps
Mother
out?
says what she says, and this thing's been gone for 75 years, then there's probably some very important information on it. So, which means, Rye, that we can't just tow it out, but we can try to put some fuel into it for sure. But if it's already dark, then there's got to be something wrong with the engines.
There even any atmosphere on that thing?
Well, I mean, we won't know until we hop over, right?
Well, Davis, duck us to the ship.
All right, Captain.
So now if you look onto your Roll20, you'll see that there are a couple of different options that you can use to dock onto the Cronus. And basically, after doing a relative flyby where you're both maintaining or a relative speed to each other, you're able to adjust and kind of move across it to see that there is a module bay on the lower end of the ship, deck D, as well as one side airlock that's relative to deck B, I believe, and then there is a hatch on the top of deck A that's closest to the top of the ship as well too.
The writing's a little hard to read, but
Do you want me to pick it up a little bit? You want me to make it a little bigger?
maybe. More just to see if I can.
Or you can zoom in on the map.
Oh, does that work too?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that little slidey bar next
Oh,
to
nice.
the scroll
Okay.
bar.
Okay. Yeah.
Actually, now that I look at my ships, I think I may have got this wrong. I think you basically barely navigated it. You were a 334 meter Montero ship, and the Cronus is 130 meters. So you dodged a bullet, Davis, is basically what you did.
So, okay, yeah. Okay.
The data that we see on the Roll20, Ivan, is also the data that Mother sent us. Like, we have these exact floor plans.
You have these exact floor plans. This is the stuff that kind of came up, and you were able to print them out on so you could lay them out like a map right onto your galley deck and basically assess it and scrutinize it as you wish.
I'll look to Miller and I'll be like, Miller, or no, I would say Cap. Cap, where you want me to make dock?
Looking at this, the top deck is probably the best one. We can see if their cryo system has gone offline. Their mother is over there too. Like, if there's any information to be gleaned about what happened to them, it would be on that deck.
Plus, we can check the air scrubber shaft while we're at it.
Oh, good plan. All right. Do you want me to keep us hot, just in case we need to make a quick away?
I mean, why would we? There's nothing on that ship.
I don't know, just in case some
Aliens don't exist, Davis. Come on.
I know. I'm more just thinking, like, just in case there's a puncture in the hull and we start vacating breathable air.
Yeah,
I
no.
thought you were going to go on about space ghosts again.
I mean, it was my favorite show. I know, but what? Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, sure. Keep us hot if that's gonna satisfy your need for speed or whatever it is that you have.
So Davis, if you want to keep the relative speed and course, you can use a piloting role to basically try to make it so that you are, Air Force One style, just keeping the speed perfect so that you can make an attempt to board. All right.
Okay. It's 8d6 again. That's what I do. I got 2 successes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so you ace pilot this thing. Again, you're much bigger than it is, but you basically find its perfect trajectory and its perfect speed, and you basically have it so that in the void of space, it basically looks like you two are standing still right next to each other. And in this case, it's very easy now for you to pilot over. So you can do 2 things with that roll. I would allow you to basically kiss the the Montero right up next to the Cronus, so that your spacewalk, you don't even have to do a spacewalk. You basically hop over a gap to get into the relative airlock. You don't have to use the umbilical extension, which you do have, by the way. But I'll basically allow you to basically, for at least to the point of where the 3 boarding members need to go over, you basically get it close enough that they all have to do is just hop over the threshold, so to speak. Does that make sense?
The airlock threshold, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we still need some sort of spacesuit to do that, right?
100%.
I want a spacesuit anyway. I don't know what the fuck's going on over there. I'm sorry, I'm swearing too much. By the way,
It's okay. It's kind of a. I'm doing it too. We're in a little bit of a. It's space truckers. We're allowed to have some colorful language.
And this, I forgot to mention, but this channel is age gated too, so it's 18 and over.
Okay, cool. And you do have 5 IRC Mach 50 compression suits that you can start with. So you do have them teens. This would be a point in which you get to decide who's going on board, and if Dave's is keeping the engines hot, then that's already decided. And who is staying behind, and what are you bringing?
I already have my suit halfway on already because I know I'm gonna get sent over anyway.
Yes.
Cool.
I'll get my suit up too. And Cham.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll probably need some muscle to move shit around.
All right. Got my suit on.
Wilson, you want to keep an eye on Davis, or you want to come with?
Yeah, no, I can stay here. Just let me know if anything's over there. I hope it's nothing, but I'll be here supporting Davis. And good luck. Yeah. No, I'm not getting paid any extra to go over there. But hey, send anything over that you might see, and we can make some good decisions. And honestly, Miller, he kind of leans over and like, I don't want to admit this, but Rye's got the right idea. Can you just get it going enough to pump some fuel in the thing and then just get it out of here? All right. Like, I know we got to bring on scientific information back and all that, but like, I'm not terribly excited about whatever happened to the crew on that ship. So just be careful. All right.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's the worst that could happen.
Right. Well, you'd be dead, which would suck, but at least it would suck enough that we could leave. So just don't die.
Oh, yeah, no, I
Think
won't.
of something worse.
You could also just keep putting your suit on and get going.
Got my suit on already.
So what do you want to bring with you onto the Cronus?
What can I bring with me?
So I popped up on the front and kind of loaded over your character sheets a little bit. There is the Montero, and you do have a very clear manifest of materials that you have on board. So it is things like a M314 motion tracker, a cutting torch, a Watasumi bolt gun, an M4A3 service pistol, a harpoon grappling gun, an M2040 incinerator unit, and you got a P5000 power loader.
Incinerator unit? Wow.
I don't think we'll need a power loader over there if we're just getting scientific data. It might actually just get in the way.
Oh, we don't know what the scientific data is anyway.
What's like power loader? What is that, like a device to lift things?
It's aliens. Think of it like a giant,
The giant yellow suit.
Yeah.
The giant yellow suit.
Oh,
Get away from her, you bitch.
Yes.
That's right.
Power
That's
loader.
right.
Which is mostly used. You use it to basically bring out, like, this is the truck equivalent of having like a
Forklift?
no, not even that, but like a pallet jack on your ship. You
Right.
know, this is the power loader version
That's
of
right.
a pallet jack on your space truck.
That's kind of what I was thinking, but I was like, the image was escaping me.
Well,
I'd like at least a cutting torch and some sort of gun.
So you want to take the service pistol and the bolt gun. Now, when we talk about bolt gun, we're not meaning like Space Marine shooting bolt guns. We're literally talking it is meant for repairs to shoot bolts. So.
I was gonna bring the cutting torch and the service
Oh,
pistol.
the cutting torch. Got it. Okay. So Rise, bring in the cutting torch if you want to write this stuff down, or I can keep track of some of it as well too. So Rise got the cutting torch and the service pistol.
I'll bring in the motion tracker.
All right. So Miller's bringing in the motion tracker. Okay. Great.
What you getting, Cham?
I'll bring. You took the pistol, right? So I'll bring the bolt gun, and maybe the harpoon grappling gun.
Bolt and harpoon.
Never know
Okay.
what you're going to need that kind of stuff for.
It could be useful.
All right. Is that everyone covered?
I think the only thing left on the ship is the power loader.
And the incinerator unit.
Oh, fair. Yeah.
Okay.
Why
So we're
would we
done.
bring the flamethrower with us?
Why would we do that?
No reason. Let's go. So you guys. So you walk over to the airlock and you basically hear as this door cycle. Then you hear as it pre-ejects the air, so you're not flung out into space, right? And then it opens up, and you see the airlock. And we did the A deck, right?
Yeah.
Right, so you kind of watch as your relative next to the A deck, and so now that gravity is out of place, you kind of use your boots to kick off. And who's grabbing the airlock?
Since I only have one motion tracker, like, I guess it's not that big a thing to carry.
No, it's not.
So-
It's just like you see in the movies. They're basically like
A handheld device.
It's a handheld device. Yeah.
So I think I can have it, like, strapped to my suit somewhere, and I'll use both my hands to hang on to the other airlock and open it.
All right, so you grab into the other airlock and you attempt to code through it, and you can confirm the power is off. Like there's no like accessing the door with a switch. And and as you're kind of going through it, you're kind of going there, and you're like, and you see you have to grab the manual lever. And right before you grab the manual lever, you actually hear as the door shuts, and you hear it cycle through again as another spacesuit comes out into the airlock with you, and it's Wilson, all laid out in his spacesuit as well, too, taking the fourth one. And you hear over his comm channel goes, "I forgot. If Mother may need some additional support, so yeah, looks like I'm on this pony ride with you all as well, too. Yeehaw." And you kind of hear as your door just opens, and the decompressing hiss of atmosphere that you would normally expect is not at all there, which is not too odd since it's a cycling airlock. But you all kind of float in 0G in through the main airlock and go into the junction 1A, and then you kind of cycle through, and you hear as no air is pumped through, but at least gravity is made into place as you all sink down into the ground, as your one airlock does not shut. It basically, the airlock leading from out of the ship into deep space is not like closing. So when you cycle through into the next one, you're basically going into, but if you open that door again, it's gonna vacuum, basically. It's important to note. And you make yourself into junction A1 of the Cronus as you begin to like climb onto the ladders and climb down each rung. As it comes in, you kind of step down onto the landing onto deck A, and you kind of hear and as well as see the flickering of the fluorescent lights start to come online as this dull, awful light continues to shine down onto you. And you basically hear as these spinners start coming up as you basically hear over the intercom speaker, life support systems online.
I'll double check that.
All right, so you wanna check it?
Yeah.
I imagine Davis would. How's it going? You dead yet?
Regretfully, no.
All
Life
right.
support came back on, I think. Rye, would you make it?
So Rye, make a Comtech roll and use your sensors to see if you can learn anything about the air.
2 6s.
2 6s. Great. Okay, just a second.
I kind of imagine Davis is now kind of feet up on the console, get out a new cup of coffee. It's like, yeah, kind of fiddling with different systems.
Got it. Yeah. So you basically check into it, and you see that that the temperature, which was previously at freezing, was just like, the cold blackness of space. The temperature is starting to rise up, as well as the light. More of the lights beyond just the room you're in are starting to activate. And Rye, as you look down, you also begin to notice there's a haze of vapor as warmer air starts filling in the corridors through the air vents. So you're checking it. You also looking through it. You can tell that the air is there is air, like there is breathable air, but it's kind of coming back up into its current state. So it hasn't fully made it so that it's the amount of levels of air that you would need to breathe, but you can see that air is indeed being pumped in through the air scrubbers, and it's starting to warm up. Let's see. The other thing to note is yeah.
I don't suppose the motion tracker picks up anything.
Oh, if you're turning it on, are you flipping it on?
Yeah, I'm flipping it on.
Okay, cool. So bloop, you kind of hear as it goes on, and you hear the as you kind of scan it around and look through it. Now you're not in a big area right now, so you're not seeing a whole bunch of it, but you do hear basically nothing for the moment as you're kind of just scanning around. So no motion is picking up at all. I also need you, now that you've all boarded and kind of made a first action, I need to all start making air supply rolls. So here's how this works. Is that you all started with an air supply of 5 as part of your compression suits, but you're now going to need to take 5 d6s and roll it. For any ones that you roll, you will remove that many dice from your air supply.
Oh, wow.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Oh, goddamn.
What? Let me see.
3 1s.
What? All right, so Simon Miller, as you're kind of tapping through, you're noticing that your air supply is drastically dropping much quicker, and you kind of groan to yourself as you realize this is the shit suit. You grabbed the one shit suit that you've been meaning to get repaired, but you've just been leaving inside of the Montero this whole time. One day I'll get it fixed,
Ah, fucking hell.
All right, so you're gonna take off. Yeah, dude. You're gonna take off like you're gonna have 2 air supply left now from this point forward.
Jeez.
All right, but Ryan Cham look good at this stage. Oh, and I gotta make a roll for.
Oh, it's /R.
/R. That's right. /R for Wilson as well too. Oh, Wilson loses 1 as well too. So.
I was gonna say air's breathable, but you might want to wait for the kettle to heat up before taking a sip.
That is the most colonial marine thing I've ever heard in my life, and that's.
Thanks for the heads up. I got the broken suit. I don't know how long my air supply will last. I might have to go back to the ship.
Maybe there's a working one on here, and we can replace it.
That'd be amazing.
I'm sure it's not against company policy to do a quick switch out, even though this is still 75-year-old shit, right?
Hey, I mean,
Hey, it's 75-year-old shit, but it's 70-year-old shit that works, Wilson says.
Oh, we assume so. Maybe it's. We don't know what's busted. We don't know why they died.
Right, which is what we're here to do. Oh, and so as you kind of hear as the engine scrubbers are coming back online, or the air scrubbers are coming back online, they just actually, Cham, makes an observation roll for me.
I was muted. Observation with
Would be wits and observation.
what's option?
Okay. No successes. That's fine. Yeah, so you're hearing the air scrubbers basically come back online, and the life support system slowly starting to boot up. So what would you like to do? Where would you like to go? No, that makes the most amount of sense, right? Whatever happened to this ship, Mother's gonna know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I guess we could pull up some logs while we're up there too, right?
Right, but we frankly only need one or two of us to go to Mother. So Rye and Cham, well, I'm not the captain, you are, Miller, but what should we have the Roughnecks do? You want me to go to Mother? All right. So Wilson kind of like, after hearing exactly what he wants to do, which is what he wanted to do anyway, he kind of starts walking north towards the junction, towards Mother, which is only just on the other side of the corridor. But as you hear the psss of the door kind of coming up, he goes, "Oh shit! Yeah, might want to look at this, Miller." He kind of, you all. Yeah, it's 10 feet away, but you can even kind of look in as the lights are coming across, and it looks like hell, dude. Like this corridor it's just stuff is tumbled out, and more distinctly, you can see that there are scorch marks along the side of the wall. But it looks like somebody trashed this corridor, and it's awful looking.
What the hell happened here?
Well, I'm gonna go to Mother. Maybe you want to do, I don't know, a defensive sweep or something. I don't know, some marine shit. And he kind of walks back up and goes over to the door.
All right, we better make sure that deck A is secure. Do we have... Oh, shit, what do we have as weapons?
Got a gun.
Well, you're on point, Rye.
Aren't I always?
I don't
Okay,
know. Motion tracker didn't pick up anything, so I doubt there were any survivors.
Bloop,
but
that's actually bloop, right on cue. Bloop. You actually see a ping happening on the what is it? I'm getting my nautical directions all mixed up. So there's the fore and then the aft. So the aft of the ship. And you can see it's several zones away. You're in junction A1. You kind of pick it up somewhere south of the air scrubber shaft. If you look on your Cronus map on deck A, you kind of see bloop, 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 and it's moving, but it's moving fairly slowly.
we're not alone here.
And everyone gets a stress dice.
Just out of curiosity, like, are the comms open? So does Davis hear that?
I think I'll leave it on, like, for the, in order to ease like communication between us and the ship. Everything that we say, I guess Davis can hear it on the comms unless we turn them off.
I mean, yes. Okay.
So including you, Davis, you're not exempt from this. Everyone gets a stress dice. So
yeah, I kind of imagine say, well, fuck, didn't I say something, Captain?
Your space ghosts don't exist, so I don't know what that is. Could be just a rat or some vermin. Maybe a survivor.
Nah, it was freezing in here before we got here. My money's on Killer Robot.
Whatever it is, hopefully they won't attack us. Or maybe they won't.
That's never the case, Cham.
We got to use that motion tracker to stay away from whatever that is. Unless it's a survivor, I don't know. Wouldn't Isn't the cryo stations back there?
Yeah, that's the thing. They're right beyond the air scrubber shaft.
Maybe someone just woke up from cryo.
Could be.
What are we doing, team?
Well, Rye, you're still on point.
All right.
We'll head down the starboard corridor down to the cryo chambers.
Okay, so you're gonna head down down the corridor. Let me
That's what I
grab.
want, boss.
Okay, stand by.
Don't make me pull rank.
Well, I'm just saying, if we want to see if it's like a person, we could turn on the ship's comms and talk to him, right? Without getting face.
Yeah,
to
but right now
face.
the power is down. So I mean, it's the main power is down. Life support's in the emergency power supply is on, but the ship's comms are not on.
Ugh. All right.
All right. So yeah, there we go. All right. Yes. All right. So Wilson kind of goes over and heads over to the key as you kind of hear the confirmation of a bloop. It's a psst, things lift up as he walks into Mother's main area. As you continue to kind of move down the main area of the corridors of where you are, you can still see as you go starboard and kind of walk down that it does just looks like hell broke through. You see occasional scorch marks as you get farther down, but as soon as you get to the T section at the very end of your main area, you kind of stop as you look towards the cryo chambers and you see blood everywhere. On the floors, on the walls, on the ceilings. It is the only reason you know is because it still has that slightly red tint and what is an otherwise darkened brown color stain. And the way that it's splattered across the floor can only suggest that basically freeze-dried blood is laid out everywhere. And on the front main door leading into the cryo chamber hall, into the three main bays, you see that there are giant scrapes. They look like almost claw marks that have just been gashed along every single side of the door. You can see the plexiglass kind of window leading into the main room has just been scuffed, and it's just spider webbed as it's been shattered from some kind of impact onto it. And that door is locked, dude.
Well, shit.
What
We got a snake in the fish barrel.
the fuck is this?
What's happening, Cap?
Carnage. And something. There's blood. Blood everywhere.
Check the motion sensor.
I'll check the
You pick
motion
it back up, and as you get closer, because you were walking towards where that blip was, you start to try to pick up where the motion is again, and you can see nothing. Nothing is going off anywhere on the rest of deck A. It just is. It's just quiet. The only things you start to see are small blips, like small bits of blip movement, bloop, 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 coming up on the other side of the cryo door, as you basically are seeing 5-6 different motion points coming online or activated on either side of the cryo door.
Multiple life forms on the other side of the door, but it doesn't seem like our survivor is anywhere.
Well, if there are survivors in there, they'll open the door themselves.
Okay, so you
Yeah.
guys are going to wait
Yeah.
on this side, kind of hold things out. All right. So as you
Probably radio to Wilson, see how they're holding up.
Wilson, it's a good. So you kind of calm over to Wilson. What are you going to say to him?
Yo, Wilson, you get up there?
Yeah, I'm almost done here. What's going on?
Keep your
Port
eyes sharp.
side.
We got a snake in the fish barrel.
I heard that. A very colorful way to say that we're not alone, which I also heard. So I'll be over there in just a second. So you kind of sit in this tense, like, corridor. You can see as people are, or at least from what you can suggest, you can see that these major, blip marks on the other side of the cryo tubes are kind of starting to wake up and move across, but you can see nothing through the window itself because it's just been so shattered. There are some darkened shapes that seem to be moving across, but there's very little activity, and a few minutes go by. Make another air roll, all of you.
Ah, crap.
What am I making?
So take whatever your air supply roll dice is, and then roll that amount dice. Yes.
Got it.
Well, at least I don't lose anything this time.
All right, but Cham does. So Cham's now at 4. Okay, Cham's at 4 air. All right.
I'll try to knock on the window. See if I can't get the attention of what's inside.
Okay.
Guns ready.
So you start to pound on the door as you hear a small, and it's muted because it's on the other side, but you hear a small scream, as something on the other side shrieks in terror. And you kind of watch as a darkened figure kind of comes up to the main door and looks at it and kind of shouts through the window and goes, "Who is it?"
Captain Miller of the USCSS Montanero. Who are you? We heard a distress signal.
He kind of turns around and you hear some more garbled talk. "Who are you?"
Captain Miller, open up.
"Oh, hold on." You kind of hear as some typing on the other side, and you hear the nah a few times. I'm sorry. I need to sit down." You kind of watch as the shape kind of sits for a second, and you kind of hear nothing for a moment or two. And then the head just sits back up again and goes, "Okay. What was your name again?"
Captain Miller of the USCSS Montanero.
And you hear the confirming beep bloop as this time the door just opens, but it as it kind of attempts to go through, but because the giant scratch marks in the indented version, it kind of only half opens as it slams against each other and only gives you about half of the clearance that the door normally would happen. And the guy kind of, you see on the other end, has his hands over his eyes and his hands on his head, and he's like, "Oh, where am I? Here, come in. You want some coffee?"
Yes.
So as you go in, Rye, you look into a cryo bay that clearly has no galley facilities. You're not even in the galley. You just see 3 cryo tubes, or 3 cryo chambers laid out with multiple cryo tubes. As he kind of stumbles and puts his hands on either side of the wall, and he's doing everything he can to support and brace himself as he's attempting to move, and he even stumbles going down to a knee at one point, and
Come
with
on,
effort.
Sailor. I'll go and get an arm, one of his arms around my shoulder, and help get him up.
Thanks. You with the Marines?
Something like that.
Cool. All right. Cool. And you kind of set him down somewhere to the cryo tubes. And at that point, Cham, I would like another observation roll from you, please.
Yes. You got
All
one.
right. You got one. Great. As you kind of go across, you are peeking, just checking each one of the tubes, and you can see 2 of them have the people that are starting to come out. But in the third one, you can see that there are 2 tubes that, after having been lifted up, that have been lifted up. You basically, have you ever seen an Egyptian mummy before that's been completely freeze dried? with sallowed skin and like eyes just pulled into itself. Well, there are two completely mummified and desiccated corpses sitting inside of the dry air in one of these two activated cryo tubes.
Yeah, we lost a couple of them. Cryo tube probably messed up.
You kind of, Ryan Miller, as you come in, Wilson, you finally hear the movement as Wilson comes by, and he's breathing a little bit. He's.
So what did you find?
So, scrubbers are offline. Well, they're online, but they're broken. Power's down. And as soon as we all walked on the ship, Mother started booting up the life support and reactivating the cryo chambers here. But I couldn't get much more than that. It's the heat's starting to come up. We could probably take the suits off now if we wanted to, but I don't know, man. I don't know, Miller. It's not looking good.
No, it's not. We still have to get whatever it is they were working on and get the hell out of here.
Right. Well, bridge is down. Bridge will be down until we get the power going again. So, I think that probably should be our first priority.
Well, it's a good thing we have a technician with us.
Ew.
Right.
Gee, I wonder who, Rye.
No clue who you could be talking about. We'll need to get a suit for this one.
Well, as you go in, Rye, you can start to see that it's not just one body, but and you can see everyone who's kind of in this room right now, they're breathing, but they're taking deep breaths for each time they can get through it. But you can see it's the one you're talking to has he's kind of this giant, kind of almost scraggly beard with this dark brown kind of mess of a hair, but also 2, 3, or 2, 4, 6, or 5 other I'm sorry, no, 2, 4 other people are waking up as well too. So basically another crew of 5 that's kind of coming in line as well too. You seem to have 2 males, 2 females, and an older gentleman with glasses, and they all are kind of groggily dealing with it. And the one thing I will say is, Davis, can you make an observation roll for me as well too?
I can certainly try that.
Give you
Let's
something to think about while on the other side of your ship.
Yeah, one thing that I was also considering was secretly make my way to the med facilities and see if I can snag a score.
Oh, on the Montero or on the Cronus?
Potentially, we'll see what happens. But yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Well, make this observation roll for me too.
Yep. Doing that now. All right. So observation.
And make sure to add your stress dice. As well too.
So let's see. I guess what I can do is roll that separately and
Yep.
Roll 20. Okay.
Yeah, just in case it gets a 1.
So observation is wits and observation.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that is 5. So 5d6. And then it didn't get
So
any.
no
Oh, boy.
successes. Yeah.
And
But nothing on the stress dice either.
cool,
Okay.
cool.
All right. Yeah, so Rye, you see as these 5 other people are stepping out, and they're all exhibiting similar symptoms to what this gentleman is as he's laying down. And he does at some point take an effort to put his hand on your shoulder and says, I'm Johns, by the way. Thank you for coming on to our ship. Why, again, are you on my ship?
Distress signal. coming from your ship. You've actually been reported missing 75 years ago.
He kind of, his eyes. What? 75 fucking years?
Yeah, sorry to break it to you.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm gonna level with you, Millie. Here, I don't remember much. But that would make sense if we've been asleep this long. I'm just not firing on all cylinders here. But that's Reed, Flynn, Cooper, and this blonde woman who seems to be in her mid to late 30s pops up with a voice and goes, Clayton, it's Clayton, Cooper, Johns, whatever your name is. Oh God, I think something's wrong with Cooper here. That's right, Cooper. And the balding man, or not the balding man, but the older gentleman with glasses goes, oh yes, just keep it down, Clayton. Would you just? I think we're having a real bad hypersleep hangover here, and my head really hurts. I just need to lay down again.
Yeah, lay down, take it easy.
Clayton puts them down and goes, okay, do you have a company rep here? Are you Weyland-Yutani? Is anyone here Weyland-Yutani? That's the only one who would come looking for us, right?
Yeah, that's us.
Wilson looks over and goes, yes, I'm the company agent. Clayton goes, okay, just give me the debrief. And just be use very concise, short terms right now, because I don't need any bullshit, okay? Wilson's like, fine. No, look, your science vessel went astray, and you woke up from hypersleep when all of us came onto your ship. So we don't know what's happened. Do you remember anything at all? Clayton goes, no, I remember running. I remember screaming. And I remember locking ourselves in here for some reason, but I don't know. I don't remember why. I don't know. So at this stage, you have run of the ship. These are the 5 surviving members of the Cronus at the moment. So, what would you all like to do?
I'll turn to Cooper and ask, Cooper, do you remember what is it you were studying, doing here?
Yes, I do. And it was classified is what it was. Cooper, just shut up, all right? We don't know who these people are. They claim to be Weyland-Yutani. We have no fucking idea who they are, okay? They could be here to try to steal our research, the company's research. So just shut up and let's just feel better before we start blabbing our lips everywhere, all right?
Okay, look, shit happened on your ship. Something bad happened. I don't know what it is, but I'm not going to put the life of my crew and myself at risk if you don't at least tell me a bit of what was going on. What should we expect here? There's blood every fucking where.
Yeah, blood? Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. It's starting to come back to me a little bit now. And at that point, you hear a screaming so loud and so piercing, it is just inside of your head as you see Cooper starts to throw his head back and just opens his mouth and is just starting to just open, and he can see he's grabbing his head with both of his hands as he is just holding on to it and is just wailing in anguish. And Clayton and the captain just start goes, Cooper, someone go to the med lab, get him something. What are you doing? Just standing there. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, what's going on with him?
I don't know. He's just been talking about a headache this whole time, And Cooper's just get it out. Oh, it hurts. Oh, the pain. Oh. He's thrashing his body, attempting to just talk, and he's starting to mutter nonsense. He just starts babbling scientific terms, railing on math equations, as he just starts to spasmodically jolt his body around everywhere. What do you guys want to do?
Oh, no.
I back away from him and pull my gun.
Okay.
Classic Marine. So around this time, I imagine Davis is kind of making their way to the med bay in the other ship.
The Montero.
The Montero.
There's nothing. You've scoured that place. I mean, you were supposed
not the Montero,
to
sorry.
hook up the Cronus.
The Cronus.
Okay, so you're hopping over to the Cronus.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I'm taking the incinerator.
Well, you're taking the incinerator. Okay.
Yeah, after I heard blood, I was like, fuck this shit.
Okay. Incinerator. Okay, this is perfect. So, Davis, as you kind of hop over, we'll take a few seconds with you to kind of just give you a bit of an idea of what's going on. Davis, as you kind of start getting down and moving through and making your time off of the ship, you go down to is it deck B? Can you find the med lab for me real quick and just let me know?
Yeah, it's deck B.
Deck B. Okay. So yeah. So you head over into the med lab, and
I basically beelined it.
you beelined it, right? So you go in there and you see that there are 2 Pauling med pods. All right. Did you guys see the Alien Covenant or Alien the other prequel?
The Prometheus.
Prometheus, yes.
Yes, yeah, I saw
So
that.
the Pauling med pods are those self-operating pods that they look like a cryo tube, but they actually have articulated arms to do surgeries and things inside of them.
Okay.
And there's 2 of them. One of them has its plexiglass tube splintered and shattered as if something attempted to break out of it. And the other is sealed and lit from within, but the entire inner surface of the plexiglass is covered in dried, just orange-brown blood. And there's, as you get in there, you also see there's a row of large specimen jars. So like the floating fluid with orange liquid inside of them. And they're covered in dust at the moment. You'd have to probably go cover in order to look inside to see what's actually inside of them. So, and on the far shelf, there's a smaller specimen without any liquid inside of it that has some like weird black kind of fungal nodes. They just like look like little popular spore bits that are all laid up inside of the jar, inside the specimen jar, but there's no lid on it and there's no liquid inside of it.
Okay. I'm one. It's like, fuck. What is this shit? This plate. I'm like trying to beeline it directly to where like the pill like
The pills would be okay. So
pills
make an observation and a wits roll then.
Okay. So it's observation wits. That was 5 again. Okay. 5, 6. Come on. Why is it taking forever? Ah.
Okay. So you. Oh, and roll your stress dice as well too.
Oh, right. I totally forgot about that. 1d6. Okay.
So you're scattering around and you're looking. You're just trying to. You're praying
Yeah.
that Miller doesn't come on the line asking you to do something right now. So you're not being very subtle about all this, and you actually hear as some glass shatters as you knock something down and over, and you can't find drugs anywhere at this moment, and your anxiety is starting to press up into it. Take another stress dice.
Oh fuck. Yeah, I'm like, I have maybe 1 or 2 pills left, and I'm like, fuck. Okay, one more.
All right, so let's now go back to our group over there. Unless is there anything else you want to do in the med bay, or do you want to stay in there for now?
I'm gonna like, yeah, I'm basically gonna be still scrounging, like.
Okay,
frustrated
still
that I can't
scrounging.
find anything. Yeah.
That's perfect. So we'll go back and and you were basically Cooper and Clayton are holding. I'm sorry, Cooper is the one who's screaming right now, but Clayton and the captain are basically holding Cooper down as he's continuing to scream and yell nonsense everywhere. Rye's taking a step back and is holding their gun. Cham, what are you doing?
I'm actually gonna go into the examination room.
Into the examination room in the area where you are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think there's a med pack there.
Oh, in the examination room. Okay, so is that on the same deck as you are? Okay,
Yeah.
Yes, I see. Perfect.
Yeah. And
Let
there's
me-
a med kit.
Let me see if there's anything over there. And how about you, Miller?
Miller was going to ask Cham how fast can you get to the medbay, but seeing as how Cham is beelining for another room,
Okay, great.
Miller
So-
will assume that this is what they're doing, so.
So Cham, you run into the examination room and you see it's just a mess. Everything's been falling onto the floor. It's covered in dust. There's these weird black nodes, these fungal nodes that I described earlier that are plopped up in various corners. But you do, after just moving as much shit aside as possible, you can hear Cooper still screaming in the back of your mind. You do find some personal med kits and you kind of grab them and hastily hold them to it and then just run straight back into the cryo bays, as you can hear Cooper just continuing to just reach a new pitch of scream that is reserved only for those who are being tortured to death at this stage.
So I rummage through it. I'm like, I don't know what to give him. Give him something.
No,
Just nut him
move
up.
out of the way, Cham, I'll do it.
I have 2 in medical aid.
Oh, you have 2?
Yeah.
Then Rye will do it.
It's like,
Rye, are you going to do it?
yeah, Cham, trade me. I hold the gun out to Chan.
Cham?
I gotta take the gun. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. So I want to make sure that
through
you're
and-
consensually grabbing the gun, and that's something you want to do. Okay, cool. So Rye, you go over and you basically pull out and you find the morphine pack and you just start loading it up as you hold on to it as much as you can, as you kind of watch as Cooper has stopped screaming and is now just shaking convulsively. And as you look towards him, you can actually see there's a part of his temple that is starting to bulge out, as if it's like he's got some giant artery there that's just continuing to push, but there's no artery right there in the temple that can push out the way that it does. And you kind of see his blood is starting to run down his nose, and you can see it starting to trickle down his ears as well too, as his eyes are starting to roll up into the back of his head, and you can start to see small tears of blood coming down the side of his eyes.
I'm
Do you want to make
away from his face to stay away from any splashback and
jam that thing in?
yeah.
Okay, take the med tech roll.
Okay, so that's medical aid and what?
Probably wits.
What's
I think
medical aid?
I'll grab.
So-
I'll grab. Everyone has a associated on the character sheet, and I can just grab the character sheet. Med aid is empathy.
Empathy.
Yeah.
D6. Ah.
Nope.
nope.
Okay. So as you attempt to jam
Um,
this thing into his leg, this hypodermic needle filled with morphine at the moment, he kind of does a convulsion and kind of instead kicks you right in the middle of your nose and just kind of puts his knee right up into your face plate. I'm right, you still all have suits on, into your face plate, and you kind of feel the impact as it boom. I mean, it doesn't do anything, it's a freaking space suit, but it does move the hypodermic needle away from your hand before you're even able to jab it in. And then you kind of hear, more than anything, this tiny squeal, just this, as you watch as one of his bloody rolled up eyes just pops out of its socket, and you watch as like the optical nerve just blops down and dangles as it starts banging him against the side of his cheek, as you watch a tiny hand with 3 claws just reach out of his eye socket and pulls a big scratch along the side of his face, as you see this just giant bulge continue to push more out of his temple. The pop and the crack of his skull is just, you can hear it even through your masks at this stage, as you watch as a tail just pops out through the side of his temple as a long, spindly kind of tail bursts out as you watch as a tiny face just pops out of his eye socket. As he
Fuck, shoot it, Cham. Shoot it.
I was gonna say I shoot it.
Okay, shoot it. Make the agility plus range combat roll.
Okay. Does Cham have?
I imagine Davis is like, what the fuck is that?
If I don't have the range
Gunshots
combat-
ring.
Then you're just gonna do agility.
Okay. And I roll the stress dice, right?
Yep, stress dice.
Yeah. Phew, okay.
Nice.
Any
Does that
sixes?
count? 2 6s.
Yeah.
2 6s? Yeah, and the successes count on the stress dice as well too.
Nice.
All right. So you kind of so you kind of watch as this hand pulls itself out and Rai yells, "Shoot it!" And you kind of watch as this gore-covered arm pushes its way out of Cooper's empty eye socket, reaches around and tugs at his distended mouth. As the white fingers yank his teeth back, Cooper does not scream. He's not in his head anymore. What's in his head wants out at the moment. And you feel as the flesh tears and tendons snap as this thing splinters the skull and pushes itself out at the moment. And as it's attempting to push its body out, you watch as Cham just unloads, just fires a few rounds, and you watch as Cooper's head just becomes just a watermelon splatted against the side of the deck as you hear something as it just lurches itself out and turns its bulbous eyeless head towards you, and you put another round into it again as you just watch as the thing just is disintegrated into nothing.
The fuck was that?
Anyone else got a headache?
Everyone kind of looks at each other and they shake their heads. No.
It was just like, did I just hear gunshots?
Yes.
Keep the ship running.
As like Davis is going through like the bottles and like other shit in the med bay. Yeah.
All right. Well, you've looked through the med bay already, so there isn't
Okay.
a chance to do another roll here. You
Okay.
can continue to interact with other things that are in the space as well too, or you can look in other places if you'd like.
Yeah, so I was in the med lab, right? Or med
Yes, you were in
pod?
the med lab.
Okay, so med lab has like some stuff. Because I know the layout, and like, do we have like readouts on our arms or that? I'm trying to remember like what kind of tech that there was.
I mean, it's retro sci-fi, right?
Right.
So
okay.
just you tell me what you think the best way to pull the readout is.
Just
You would
prints
have
out of
it
the
on
arm like
you
a
for
fax
sure.
machine.
Yeah, it's a dot matrix printer.
Yeah.
Maybe what you have is
Right.
maybe you do have a digital readout, but maybe it's just like a tablet that you have to hold on to, and it has the type of green color scheme that you have laid out in front of you.
Okay, yeah, I think that makes sense. And I'm just like scouring. It's like, where the fuck? Okay, medkit. There's one. It's right next to the med lab. So I'm gonna go straight to the medkit right there and hope that they have any kind of like adrenal shot or some kind of like stim pack.
All right, cool. By the way, everyone who was in that room, so minus Davis, I'd like you all to make a panic roll.
Ooh, how does that work?
So panic roll, how this works is you're going to take all of your accumulated stress dice and you're going to roll on a table. And I will read off what your results are.
Oh boy.
3.
Okay,
I
you're
got
fine.
a 5.
A 5?
Yeah.
Okay. And then how about you, Rai?
I just said 5.
Oh, 5. Okay, sorry. Then
Damn.
how about you, Cham?
I got a 3.
3. Okay, so everyone keeps their shit together. You manage to keep your nerves in check barely at the moment. I mean, you're feeling it and you're role playing it, but there's stuff happening here and you're keeping your cool, but barely at the
Yeah.
moment.
What about Wilson? I know.
Oh, Wilson, thank you. Would someone roll Wilson for me? He has 2 stress dice right now.
Let me do that.
All right.
Since I'm not part of the scene.
Sure.
Okay. So it's what's
2d6.
2d6. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wilson loses his shit. Maybe.
No, Wilson's fine. It's you
Okay.
actually got it's about rolling high on the panic roll. So more stress dice, the better chance of you
Rolling
actually
high.
getting more things.
Got
Okay, great. And so Davis, you're running, going into the next one, and when you're not looking on your spacesuit and you feel actually something underneath your foot as you tumble forward and you slam your faceplate straight down into the area, the grating of the walkway right in front of you. Boom! As you look down and you see there is a slumped over or prone version of a headless body of another spacesuit. It's another person in the spacesuit, but there's just no head on the dude.
Fuck.
There's a splatter of blood and brain matter on the wall right next to him, and there's a Model 37A2 shotgun that's not too far from him.
So I've got the incinerator. Is that kind of a big thing?
Yeah, it's. I mean, you've seen Ripley's, right?
Right. It's like
Yeah.
a flamethrower. Okay.
Yeah.
So with like a pack and stuff. Okay. I'm like, oh, well, fucking gunshots. All right. I mean, might as well. And picks up the shotgun. And I'm just like, Captain, what the fuck happened on this ship? As I'm like staring at this headless person.
Make an observation roll up about it.
Okay. It's 5d6. 5.
I'll wait for your roll before replying.
Okay. Got a 6. I also got 3 ones.
Whew. Roll your stress dice too, please, though.
Oh, right.
Always roll
2d6.
Always roll your stress dice.
Oh, man. 2d6, yeah.
Okay, you're fine. Actually, it's 2 observations. So as you're talking in your comm suit, you're looking at this spacesuit, and you can actually see it does not look right. Actually, the arms of the spacesuit have been pushed open. They've been ripped, and you can see that it actually is the compression suit's been torn at the forearms, and its arms are just a little too long. Like they're almost simian-like in their length comparative to its actual body length as well too. Take another stress dice.
Fuck. All right.
Davis,
and-
I don't know what happened, but fucking hell happened.
All right, Cap. Well, be safe. As Davis like straps the shotgun to their back, and like go, just like, and opens the med kit, and sees if they find anything.
Great. So you're going to open up that med kit, and you are going to find something. Like you're basically going to find a personal med kit which you can hold on to, which will give you some of what you're looking for.
Okay. And like as soon as I grab that, I'm gonna try to make my way back up to the ship, to Montanaro.
Okay, great. Now, how is Miller and Ryan Cham doing? I mean, you just watched this thing happen. You just shot and exploded this creature onto the floor. Everyone is shocked, at least as far as the Cronus crew goes.
Do anyone want to go?
I don't know what the fuck is going on here, but we need to get this shit sorted and get out of here. If we're taking anyone with us, we need to fucking scan them or something, make sure there's not any more of these things inside any of them.
Ivan, would I know if there's room on our ship on the Montanaro for
yeah.
more cargo?
You could definitely fit the entire crew back onto it. And you wouldn't be able to bring heavy machinery back on board, but you could absolutely get this entire crew off if you wanted to.
Okay.
And quick question,
Yeah.
would I be able to do like a private comms to Miller?
You know what? For the sake of story, yes.
Okay.
Do you want to type it to him so that the other players don't see it?
Sure. Yeah, I'll do that in the chat.
Okay,
right.
do it in the chat.
All right, I don't want to use our medbay for this. I say we bring the power back up on this ship, scan everyone, get them out, get whatever it is they were fucking doing here? And then
But there
just-
are more of those things on here.
What are those things? Like,
Shit.
and I mean, those claws marks out there are a lot bigger than that thing. What if they're bigger ones?
All right, Captain, and I'll turn to the. Wait, the captain was Cooper, right?
Yeah.
No shit. Who's the other Clayton?
Oh no, Cooper. No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
It wasn't Cooper. My bad.
Okay.
Cooper was the scientist on board,
Okay.
but it was John's.
Johns. What?
I-
What
Yeah.
were you doing here?
I don't remember. We were looking. We were researching something on a planet that we were touched down on, and oh God, Cooper, fuck, what was that thing? Clayton is just kind of sits and goes, what it was is no fucking matter. It's gone. It's dead now. You fucking shot it. You trigger happy Marine. You almost shot us. So he looks towards Cham over there and goes, Jesus.
Yeah, well, I don't want that thing coming in my body and killing me.
Well, you mean, show a little discretion when there's other people around as well too. You could have put a hole in any of us.
Miller,
Yeah.
how many things came up on the motion sensor before we came in here?
There was the one that disappeared, and then there were. How many were there, Ivan?
Well, there was at least 5 that corresponded with the people who you saw getting out of the cryo bay.
Okay.
It's on the other side of the cryo lab.
So 5 from the cryo bay, but there's at least one more that I don't know where it is. And wait a second. Davis, what the fuck are you doing? Where are you?
I'm just outside the airlocks, Cap.
We didn't see that outside the airlocks. I don't know where you are, but this ship ain't safe. What were you thinking? You just barged in here?
I was trying to find. Just to clarify, this is open comms?
Oh yeah,
Well,
I'm doing
that's
it open in front of everyone.
Okay. Cap, I mean, I was just making sure that we had supplies.
What, you're looting? Our job isn't to loot this ship.
Kind of is.
Well, we're
Wilson,
salvaged.
Wilson hears you, Miller, and goes, What the, Davis? What the hell are you doing?
Yeah, Davis, what the hell are you doing?
All right, fine. I went to the med lab, okay?
All right, did
And
you?
I was just checking things out there.
And what did you find?
There was a fucking corpse with a head missing and arms distended and well, I mean, and a shotgun, so I grabbed the shotgun.
At least we got something out of it.
Yeah. So you're on deck B, right?
Yes.
All right. Don't.
I'm on my way back to the ship.
We need. And
We
I
need
looked
to
to
stick
Wilson.
together.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
I was gonna look to Wilson and look in his eyes as I repeat. We need to get their science experiment, right?
Right, which would be med lab, science lab, anything. I mean, this is a research vessel, right? Why would they not keep what they were looking for inside of the science lab?
Well, there was a science lab on deck B, so I guess. Davis, stay put. We're coming to you.
As I'm like reaching for one of the gangways that go between decks or something like that, I'm like, fuck, and like turn around and it's like, okay.
And Davis, don't shoot us.
No promises. You know I don't fucking like ghosts.
These aren't ghosts, they're monsters.
That's even worse.
At least you can shoot a monster.
fair. I mean, well, we don't know what's okay, all right. And like I'm just like pacing back and forth. Hurry up.
As I leave the cryo pods, I'll look up at the motion sensor to see if the way to the gangway leading down to deck B is clear.
Okay, as you look down through the stairwell and you kind of hold the motion tracker, it's doing its movement, and you see nothing down the corridor at the moment.
All right, coast clear.
Just before we go, I go like past the examination room to like where those wardrobes are.
Right.
Because,
Oh, the two mummified ones.
where I on the med kit.
Yeah, so the examination room, right?
Yeah, and then if you go over, there's like showers and wardrobe.
Oh, okay, copy that.
And then there's their Eva suit.
Oh, Eva suits. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I would imagine there would probably have extra air.
So yeah, so as you go into the showers area, the showers are filthy, okay? But in the drains themselves, you can actually see that there are these. You know how I talked about the spores earlier?
Yep.
Like imagine the spores, but about the size of like a watermelon. They're just huge, and they're growing out of the drains at the moment. And you kind of look at them, and I'd like you to make a stealth check.
Okay. Stealth would be agility.
Stealth and agility. Mm-hmm.
I don't have stealth. So.
Well, let me see if there's a. I'm pretty sure. Let me just make sure I'm not mixing up the terms.
It's a
There's range.
survival.
It's mobility. My bad. It's a mobility check. So if you have mobility on there,
I don't have mobility.
then just roll agility.
Okay. 6, and then the stress die.
Okay, so no successes.
Nope.
You can do the thing where you re-roll though, right?
Yep,
If
she's
you
gonna
want.
take a stress dice for it though.
Yeah, what the heck?
All right, cool.
So I re-roll completely, right?
Everything.
And for the stress dice, do I roll 2?
Yeah. I mean, you'd roll whatever it is that you have, but now you're adding another stress dice.
So I got 1 6.
1 6. Okay, so do you want to narrate to me how you kind of navigate around this giant fungal sack?
I'll probably go to the wall that's the farthest away from these watermelon-sized things, and just like slink over sideways, very slowly.
Into the Ava storage.
Yeah.
So you go in there and you basically find just 3 spacesuits. There's only 3 left, and they're all older models of the IRC Mach 50 compression suit. So they're basically they're like your suit, but 80 years older.
Oh my god.
Right? And as a result, you want to grab the air, but the air is already fixed to the back, so it's not really one of those, I'm going to unhook the air and then plug it into my air, which, by the way, thank you all so much for reminding me, air rolls for everybody. We haven't done an air roll in forever, so let's get an air roll out of the way.
Gosh
And I have to
darn
make
it.
them now because I am legit in the area.
I'm safe still.
I'm good. Phew. Okay.
See, so I have 5d6, right?
Yep. And you too, Ryan.
5,
Yeah, Rai will be right back.
Oh, okay.
I'm good.
Great. All right. Well, we'll have Rye roll when they return from here. But okay, yeah. So you grab the 3 remaining spacesuits, though, Cham, and you fling them over your shoulder as you walk back out into the cryo labs. So
And I'll, well, since I can't detach the error.
Nice.
Nice roll, Kika.
Wow. I'll pass the suits to the crew of the ship. And be
Oh,
like,
to the crew?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, you kind of watch as, goes, oh, well, someone's going to be left out. And you watch as I mean, I keep forgetting his name, and I should be knowing all of these at this point. Johns goes, fine. It's all right. I'd rather just keep my wits about me anyway. I'll go without. So, the you're now at the point where you do have free run of the ship. You have talked about how there is power, and you do know, especially Ryan Cham, you would probably know that this ship does have a reactor, like it does have a power supply, and it would be where the main reactor is. And all of these big ships are nuclear charged; they're nuclear run, you know. So that would be where you would want to be able to get the power back up, if at all.
And there's a reactor core on deck B anyway.
There's a reactor core on deck B, but it goes through deck B and deck C.
So we'd have to be on deck C to be able to do anything.
Let me double check. Well, I mean, what you see is what you get in front of you. So that's up to you to decide how you want to
Oh,
investigate it.
there's no way to enter the reactor core chamber on deck B anyway.
Oh yeah,
So yeah, we have to go down to
the
this.
cutter.
make a door,
that could be dangerous.
or
Well.
the safest way.
First, I think I'd like to go check Scilab too.
Yeah. So I'm down the hall from there. I'm pretty much pacing that. Wait. Oh yeah. Okay. For some reason I was like confused with the living area, versus Scilab. So where are you all coming from? Just so I'm. Well, I guess I wouldn't know as a character, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I'm probably like right outside Scilab too.
Well, we'll come down the stairwell.
Wait, stairwell. Oh, okay.
Middle of the ship.
Yeah.
So Davis, stay put. We're on our way.
I think
Yeah.
the going down the A2 junction might be a bit more direct. Because that'll just bring us down to junction B2, which is
Oh yeah,
at
we'll
the
be
science
right behind it.
sector.
Sure. Rye, what would I do without you?
That's pretty much what I did.
Probably
so,
die.
Oh no, Rye's gonna be the first one to go.
Yeah, I'm prepared for that.
So yeah, we'll head down junction A2 to B2.
Okay. So you're going to go down to B2.
Do I notice anything about Scilab 2, like doorway or anything like that? Is it pretty? Oh no, wait. There's no door. What's this keypad? Is that like a terminal? Sorry, I need to look at the key.
No, it's okay. Yeah,
Access
so
terminal.
you're...
access terminal. Okay.
Yeah, it's an access terminal, which could theoretically talk to Mother or the bridge if they were both available and online.
Got it. So it seems kind of like a dead terminal right now.
Yeah, and there's an elevator that's going from Scilab into the reactor core, if I'm interpreting this correctly. So
Oh, good. I'm right next to an escape pod.
Good to know.
There's zoom. Okay, I'm gonna zoom in. Zoom in, Ivan. Yeah, is that what that is? Is that a
Next-
freaking? Oh, it's an escape. Is that a Scilab escape pod? How do we get out down to the reactor?
The
core?
med lab. Has
Oh,
an
it's from the
escape-
coolant tank. It's in deck C. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you need to go down. So you're going down to B2. You said B1, and then you're going to go all the way to junction B2.
We're going from A2 to B2.
So A2 to B2.
Yeah, because
I-
we're
I will-
right. We just go through
Yeah,
the
okay, I see that.
examination room
So,
into.
so then the B2, and then you're going to go down to C2, because you're all at A2.
Well, should we
Um,
split up and have one team go to C2 to the reactor and the other team goes to the Scilab?
You want to split up?
I mean, this is a horror game. We have to split up.
How many guns do we have?
I mean, I don't want to, push all the tropes that piss me off in horror movies, but yeah. Oh man, splitting the party, classic.
Well, also, and are you taking any of the members of the Cronus with you as well, too?
Oh, that would be so smart.
They know their own ship.
They know their own ship, and they're starting to wake up a little more, and be a little more alert on what's going on.
My thing is, if any one of them still has something in their head and it pops out at any moment, I don't want to have them on our back. At our back.
Then keep them in the front.
Yeah,
Better
sure.
Keep them with us.
Also,
All right.
they know that we have the guns and we're willing to shoot them.
I will assume you said that on private comms.
Yes, very much. And like completely in text.
Well, at this point, they'd be surprised since you haven't taken your helmets off yet. It would be amazing if they could even hear you anyway. So, unless you flip the speaker on. So, what's the breakdown looking like? Who's going where?
I think we're all heading down to the reactor. We'll do that first.
The
Pick up
reactor
Davis
core
on the
relay.
way. Yeah.
Um, Is anyone splitting off to the side lab where I'm at?
No, but I'll go pick you up, and we'll go down to the reactor first. Turn
And
on the
remind
power
me,
to the ship.
Davis, where are you? You're in the med pods, right?
So I am in the corridor that is outside
Of the med lab?
where that med kit was. So
Okay, that med kit is. Got it.
Yeah, so I was basically like kind of walking around that area, just kind of like scoping it out.
Where the living area is a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, copy that. So you're basically, Davis, you're kind of sitting in this living area, which has, the broken, corpse that's in front of you, and you can see there's lots of other blood and just a mess everywhere as you hear the
And like the shotgun.
as you basically hear as these spacesuits come down into your corridor, and you begin to hear more than anything just the firm, distinct footprints of spacesuits on catwalk as you pick Davis up, and you see Miller with like 4 other people in spacesuits and a guy who looks very disheveled and haggard, standing with everybody. So 7 spacesuits and 1 person hanging out.
Well, it's about time.
Hand me another incinerator or the shotgun.
Um,
I'd feel safer with either one.
yeah, I toss Miller the shotgun since it's already cocked and ready to go.
Okay.
I put the safe down before I toss it.
All right. Ivy, are you keeping this motion tracker on the entire time, Miller?
Yes.
I'd like you to make a power check for it, please.
Yep. So it starts at power 5.
So it's the same as your air.
Yeah.
God damn it, Miller.
Everything I touch goes to shit.
Oh, man. 2 more. Okay, so it's lost 2 power since that time, so now we're at 3.
We have been using it a lot.
That's true.
Yeah. Do I ping
Invariably
anything on
makes
this
sense.
level?
Say again?
Do I ping anything on this level?
So as you kind of come down and you start talking to Davis, you do hear a ping, 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 and you see towards the fore of the ship, kind of where the vestibule suits, the EA suits,
The command
and
station.
the command station are. You do see there's a ping that's moving again, similar slow speed, as it was earlier.
There's something on this level.
Well,
Is it
unfortunately,
coming
a
towards us?
syringe.
It's going alongside you, so kind of it's crossing in front of you, so to speak.
Like I'm charging up the incinerator, as like I heard. As
You don't have to charge him too much. You just got to flip the pilot light on.
Yeah. It's like. Fucking ghosts.
All right.
Monsters.
Reactor. Go. Now.
Who are you saying that to?
Everyone.
Okay.
And
Um,
if someone doesn't want to obey, I am going to pull rank.
Let's slide down the ladder, Dark Souls style.
Okay. So Rai slides down in the back down to C2 junction. And
yeah, I imagine I would follow suit with like the pilot light off, but coming back down, it's like, fine. That's probably smart to just fucking get there fast. And yeah.
All right. So as you all come down into junction C2, it's really crammed. All 7 of you are basically just in a circle around each other as you're in this this circular junction with the ladder right in front. And it's a little intense having the 7 different suits here. And you can hear at this point now, gong, gong, almost like something's moving, or at least the air shafts are popping and expanding from just the sheer amount of noise that's around you, because you're not terribly far from where the air, well, no, you're a little far from where the air scrubber shafts are, but it's just it's so loud down here anyway as just a part of it. And the air vents are just boom, 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 popping, and you can actually see the air being thrown out over and over again, and it feels warmer down here than it was any other part, because you're in now the maintenance tunnel sides of the Cronus at the moment. Rye, if you look to the south of you towards the corridor where you are, you can kind of see that the air shaft itself, whoops, a little too loud, the air shaft itself leading the maintenance quarter, it's not stand upable. It's that classic, like, you kind of have to get down and you have to half hunch as you're kind of getting through, and it's really only big enough for one person at a time. So to crawl through here, you'd have to go single file, one by one, as you go through the maintenance shaft to get to the reaction relay control.
Give me the gun, I'll go ahead.
I pass him the gun.
All right, so Rye, you take which gun is this? The pistol at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you go through, you bend your head down, and because of the bulky spacesuits, it's even more congested than it would be normalized. You can actually feel as like the metal in the occasional snags as it's rubbing up against your spacesuit as you kind of feel around, and you do occasionally see a low pipe just clang the top of your head, and it startles you for a moment as you're attempting to just make each footstep count as you walk down the maintenance shaft and into the reactor relay control. You kind of watch as the vertical door leading into the reactor relay control, it's not actually a door, it's one of those like radial kind of maintenance tubes like you kind of saw in the first movie that just kind of open up.
Mhm.
And they start for a moment and kind of get stuck, and you have to basically take both of your hands, and you're going to have to make a heavy machinery roll just to pry this thing open at this moment with your bare hands.
Not my bread and butter, but that's strength, heavy machinery.
Strength and heavy machinery.
Got a 6, and then my stress die. Oh,
Great.
we're good.
Awesome. So, Rye, you grab this radial door as you attempt to pull it open, and you can hear the metal just grating against each other as you force it open the rest of the way so you can get your hulking spaceship mass through spacesuit mass into this reactor core relay. And you find yourself in in basically kind of a, what it would be, be like 6 foot by 6 foot kind of space, or 2 by 2 meters. So maybe 6 by 6 meters space that you're in at the moment. And the first thing you notice when you walk into it is just this orange resin that's kind of just everywhere. It's just been encrusted into the walls and on the consoles. I mean, it's covering everything. And the relay itself, the access port where the reactor is, it has a dull kind of pale blue that's casting these long and deep shadows, and you look behind you and you can see occasionally your spacesuit just light up from the pale blue light. All of the furniture and the equipment has been torn and broken apart, and in the corner it kind of looks like there's a weird nest made up of like torn up foam and various metal pieces of debris. So what would you like to do?
I look up at the ceiling to make sure there's nothing hanging up there.
You look up and you basically see this yellow-white resin. That again, it's just covering the rips and chambers, and these stalactites of like dripping resin. That's just covering the main room and the engine itself. So, as you kind of peek into the reactor itself, you do see that there's a crumpled up spacesuit with its filthy helmet fogged and it's tattered. Looks like it was set on fire at some point.
Well,
On
I
that
want to
note-
work fast and I want to work quiet, so I'm checking out the control center.
Okay, fast and quiet.
Yeah.
And this is a space that only Rye could make it into.
I mean, it's each space at a time. It's a 6x6 room in here, so more people could go into it. But the maintenance shaft is a one by one file.
Got it.
You know. So what are the rest of you doing?
I was gonna say pilot light is on.
Right.
for the incinerator. And let's see what's in this area. Cargo office, open deck, cargo bay. I would imagine that Davis is just kind of like, Cap. I mean, what else should we be doing here, Cap? I mean, we got the reactor, but
Come with me, we'll take point on the balcony.
okay.
If anything comes by that from that way, we can at least protect the people behind us.
And yeah, so Davis would follow suit.
Okay. So you so if I'm hearing you correctly, are you going to go investigate other parts of the ship, or are you just kind of holding up inside of Junction C2 at the moment?
If my understanding is correct, we're going to hold up and
We're
we're
holding
going to
up,
basically like guard this area.
Guard this area. Okay.
So from if I read the plan right, from the balcony you can see down the catwalk.
Yep.
And there's also two like open section to the deck below.
Right.
So we can see pretty much like a good area around
yeah,
us.
if you have several people on the balcony, you'd be able to at least look over both the catwalk and parts of deck 3 for sure.
Do we see the cargo bays, or like the doors? Are there doors that are open?
Do you want to hear more about the cargo bay?
If we can see into it, yeah.
Yeah.
Vehicle bay. Oops. Wrong dock.
I look over to Cap. While you're looking that up, I'll do some convo with the Cap.
So the catwalk overlooks the vehicle bay, and there's a crane on ceiling tracks that loads cargo to and from the vehicle bay to the cargo deck. From the vehicle bay to the cargo deck. Aside from directly in front of the cargo bay doors, the catwalk has a railing on either side. Yeah. Let's see.
Okay. Cap, what do you think that is? Or Miller, what do you think that is? Like, there's fucking resin everywhere. I mean, it had 70, whatever this thing is, had 75 years in cold space.
Yeah, and it fed on God knows what. Well, probably the people, but it must have run out of. That's just strange. I don't think anything could survive that long in those temperature without food, without anything.
Fucking ghosts. What I've been trying to tell you all this whole time.
Wow, why are you the one with the flamethrower? There are no ghosts.
I'm the smart one.
Yeah, sure.
I'm also trained with it, Cap.
Rye, what's the situation?
Actually at this point, Rye's continuing to just take resin at this point because there's so much of this yellow-white stuff in here that even to just find the consoles itself, Rye, you're having to like crack off like honeycomb this junk on top of the main consoles there. And I mean, it's gonna take about a shift, which is what I'm going into it in order to just basically clear this all off, and it'll take, actually, no, shift's a little long. It's going to take at least several rounds to at least clear out this junk. So, minutes being. When I mean rounds, I mean minutes.
Yeah, okay.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Got it.
Yeah.
On comms, I say, there's this resin gunk all over this console. Trying to get it off right now, but there's also some sort of looks like something made a nest in here. So if you hear me screaming, I'm probably dead.
A what?
I don't know, something
you
tore
hear-
up all this stuff in here and made a nest.
Oh.
You hear the captain speak, and he's LV-113. Yeah, LV-113. And he kind of looks to you, Miller, and goes, "That's where we set down on. We're supposed to explore some ruins." And you hear Clayton pipe up, "No, it was an archaeological mission. Archaeological mission." And then she kind of takes over and goes, "Oh, we're taking on an archaeological museum archaeological mission, and our science team collected some important artifacts that we stored inside of the med lab in the science bay."
All right. And what happened after?
Johns looks, he goes, "Can I say it?" And Clayton goes, "Yeah, no, it's important. Everyone should know now. I'm starting to all come back to me now, too." Well, after we started getting off of LV-113, these egg sacs started developing on our ship. These egg sacs started to bring out a spore. It was some modes. They just open spores. And, well, they started driving people insane. Yeah, it was crazy. Things were growing inside of them from breathing these motes, these spores. And, oh God, that's right. Fuck, we made a cure. Oh my God, how could I even Look, we've all been inoculated to this, but, oh man, but that doesn't make any sense. Then why would Cooper, why would it grow out of Cooper then? We gave him a syringe. Shit.
Could it be that your cure doesn't work, and you're all at risk?
I mean, look at me, right? Look at everyone here. I mean, we all took it. We're the only ones left.
None of you feel a throbbing sensation in your head.
No.
That might be late stage, Cap.
But if they took it all at the same time, I'm no medical expert, but it seems like it would have affected all of them at once.
Well, the only way to tell would be if we would need to go check Cooper's body and find out what happened.
Maybe after this, we'll go to the med lab and
this kind of quiet man who he's this dark mousy hair Asian. He hasn't spoken at all at this point. He kind of goes, I'm Dr. Flynn. I know that you just made it on this ship, but I can already tell that your air supply is getting really low, and it might be safe if we go back up to the med lab after you're done here and get more inoculations just in case. I'm not saying you need to take them. I'm just saying just in case.
Well, MedLab was on our way anyway. So we restore the power to the ship. We go back to the main lab, the med lab, get what we need for the corp, and then we fucking get out of here. I don't really care to know what happened to. No offense, but I don't really care to know what happened exactly to Cooper.
And if Dr. Flynn goes, and the captain goes, that's fine. And Flynn jumps in, says, as long as I get to bring back one of the artifacts. We spent all this time, all these people have died for nothing if we don't have something to show for it.
Well,
then go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, well, you'll be happy to know that the company wants us to bring back whatever it is you got on LV-113.
You can see Flynn is like visibly satisfied by that. Shakes his head. Right, at this stage, you've been chipping off as much resin as you can as you're going through it. And you are kind of hearing as the loud... Oh, let's all make air rolls, by the way. One more. Enough time's going by. It's time for another air roll.
Safe.
Let's see.
Right, so, rise down to 3,
Yeah.
Down to wait.
4.
Did I do that? No, I did that wrong, didn't I? No,
No,
I
you
did
did it right.
I did right. I did
Yep.
right. 5 to
So
6.
you're
I'm
down
to
to 4 air supply,
And Cham's down to 3.
and Cham's down to 3. Okay, so, Rye, as you're continuing to crack off this resin, you are hearing the loud snapping as things are just like around you, and you pause every single time you hear a loud snap just to hear if anything moves before you start working at it again.
And
No.
visibly, like, I make sure to check the nest every time.
Yes, just to check into it. So as you go ahead.
I was gonna say, Rye, do you want some help? It's taking a while.
I want a drink.
All right.
But I mean, I've been holding out a stash back in the Montanero. We just have to get back there. Here, I'm gonna come help you, and I'll make my way through the tubes.
Okay. So as you start walking through the tubes, you kind of come across, and you keep your head low. Similar situation. You're kind of banging into things, but you're a lot less careful than Rye because you already know that she went through this and has already kind of gone through it. And as you
Right.
kind of come across around the corner, you see Rye breaking off resin still, or at least hunkered over a new chunk. But you also see an 8-foot tall, giant, bulbous white creature with long, spindly arms, feet away from Rye at this moment, and it's got both of its long claws. It hasn't made a sound, and it's basically got it right on top of her shoulders.
Rye! And like the incinerator fucking fires.
All right, shoot it.
Fucking hell. All right. So is this ranged combat?
And agility, yes.
And agility. Okay, good. I'm good at that. All right. So it's 5. Oh, and I'm adding my 3 stress die too.
Yep.
7d6. Yeah. Okay. Come on. Fuck. All right. 3d6. Come on. Yes.
Oh, but
Yes!
a 1.
Yes.
No.
Up. I got
No.
a 6 and a 1.
No, but
Oh.
it doesn't matter. 1 on a stress die is auto fail, no matter what it is. Okay. So roll on the chart. You need to roll 3d6 for a panic roll right now.
Oh, fuck. I mean, very apt. 3d6.
You
Fuck,
are
I got 5, 6, and a 5. I
5.
I
So
got-
what's that total? 16.
16 total.
Okay. All right.
you are aiming a flamethrower inches away from Rye, and you're panicking.
Wait, you got a 16?
Yeah.
Okay. Duly noted.
That's like not ominous at all.
You scream Rye, and you out as a gout of flames just right in front of you. Rye, can I have you make some kind of mobility check? Just a standard mobility check.
Okay, agility and mobility.
Mobility, yes. Agility, mobility.
Come on, Rye. Fucking hell.
That was pretty good.
I had all those dice and I had to roll terrible.
I got
1.
1-6.
Okay. So you turn your body away as much as you can as you hear this thing just screech right in front of you, and it's so loud as it kind of turns around, and it just ducks out of the way, escaping the gout of flame, assuming nothing. And you kind of watch as your spacesuit, as the back of it just catches on fire, and you can feel the heat from the incinerator starting to like lay up on top of your shoulders as it's so awkward because you can't even get to your back to pat it because of the cumbersome part of the suit, and you can't seem to put out the flames at the moment. What do you want to do?
I want to like backflop on the nest thing and try to get like the nest to put it out.
And just try to flop around to get into it?
Yeah.
Okay, you throw yourself on top of the nest and you attempt to just move and move around, but you're feeling as flames are starting to now, instead of just like going up and off of your back, are now kind of licking around the side of your helmet at this point, and you're just smelling the melting foam that is kind of around you from the brushed up and ripped apart furniture stuffing at this stage all around you. So, and Davis, you just stare. You do nothing. You just you basically curl yourself up into a ball and start hugging your chute on your shoulders, and make an air roll just for you, because you're now hyperventilating inside of your.
and I basically, I'm just like over the comms. You all hear, "White ghost, white ghost, white ghost, white ghost."
And meanwhile, I'm screaming, Davis, help me, I'm on fucking fire, help me.
Davis, you can't even hear her. It's not even in your realm of consciousness at this point.
Air roll. I have 3d6 now because 46. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 46. Clear.
Okay, so you're continuing to breathe through air. Davis, I regret to inform you that your character has gone catatonic. There is nothing. Davis can do nothing for the rest of this game except for stare into oblivion and not talk, not move, not do anything at this point.
I had to roll super high
Once.
on the one thing that I didn't want to do that for.
So what I'm going to suggest, if you're willing,
Yeah.
and I think this is the best way to do into it, I would like to hand you over Wilson.
Sure.
Take Wilson's character instead and be able to kind of take that character and run with it. I know it's a bit of a mental shift from playing Davis to going into it, but yeah, a 15 plus on a panic roll is catatonic.
Dang.
You collapse to the floor and can't talk or move, staring blankly into oblivion.
Just out of curiosity, like does the creature like disappear, or is it like?
So we'll get to that right now. Yeah,
Okay.
because as soon as you blasted this thing, it did shriek, and it kind of dashed off into the darkness of the reactor at the moment. So right now it's away, but you have no idea where it is. And if you would all hear this at this point, because of the comms as well too, Miller and everyone, you would not only hear the bing, 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 bing of the motion tracker now going off, because guess what? Davis is not moving anymore, but Rise rolling around on the ground trying to put out the fire, and there's just another dot that's in there as well too.
Fucking hell.
What do you want to do?
I'm not letting Rai die.
Okay, then tell me how you want to save Rai.
I am going to run past everyone. Cham, take care of them. And I'll go as fast as I can into the corridor.
Right.
Get down on my knees.
And start trying to pat her out?
Yeah.
All right. So as you're rushing, ducking your head down the corner, you hear the bang, bang, as you just are continuing to push through it, and you can see the orange glow of Rai's spacesuit and the fire that it's exuding from it at this point, as you run down and see literally Rai on her back, kind of like a beetle trying to roll itself back up into the front, just trying to get the shoulders to everything, and you can just see the like coalescing foam just like melting around it as you take your hands and start patting it out with as much force as you can, and you do put it out.
Just out of question or curiosity, what was Reckless again? I don't
Reckless?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it's gonna help me, but
Reckless just means that you can push a roll again as long as it's an agility-based roll.
Okay. Technically, well,
technically the firing
Mhm.
was an agility-based roll.
Right.
So if you want to
does that negate stress at all, or does that just automatically fail regardless?
So when you push it,
I just wanted to make sure, because like, might as well utilize as much as I can.
no, absolutely. I have zero problems with that.
Okay, cool.
Let me see. Let me just make pushing dice rolls. Let me just make sure that if it does negate, You can only push the roll once. Usually, if you would push the roll, although if you put, even if you get increasing your stress level. So,
Is there like a stress cap where I just automatically just panic?
yeah, if you roll a 1 on 1 or more stress dice during a skill roll, you risk panic.
Got it.
When you roll stress dice,
Let
me just see.
Just
So
escalates because you have more stress. Yeah.
yeah, so usually you would push a roll if you failed it, although you can push a roll even if you've rolled more to get more to increase the effect. But it is a full reroll, is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, you get a new chance to roll. And so really what it is it's when you push a roll, your stress level immediately increases by 1 point. And
For stress.
when making a skill roll, including the immediate reroll when pushing, add a number of stress dice equal to your current stress level. Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'll narratively let's see if this succeeds. I suppose I'll roll ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Because all this would do for me, in my mind, to really, it will. I mean, it's going to change a lot. It'll basically change whether or not you set, Rye on fire,
true.
and if you go
That's
catatonic or not. So, but it's
yeah.
okay. We'll lay into it because it's also, I also understand that these are new rules and sometimes they need to be explained as well too. So.
All right. So there we go. That's definitely several successes.
That's several successes on a reroll instead.
3d6 for the stress and no stress. Wow.
So it really is the difference between light and dark.
Yeah.
So the question is, and I will pose this because it's just as much your game as it is my game.
Right.
With that understanding, would everyone feel more comfortable? And this is really just as much up to you, Eddie, as it is anyone else.
Sure.
Do you want to go with the heightened stress level, but it's actually a success, and you I won't say you take care of the creature, but you at least hit it and not set Rye on fire? Or do you want to roll with the failure at this point and kind of keep what originally happened as well too?
I'm cool with maybe Rye getting a little bit burned, but not the suit totally catching fire. Just that way, they maybe still have some protection, but it's also up to Rye because, we've been playing that pretty nicely, and I like the scene and how it played out.
Yes, but at the same time, I also like not being on fire.
There was that.
Maybe it was like a phantom fire where you're like, "Fuck! Did you get me? Did you get me?" Kind of shit like that.
Sure. So, but narratively, what I'm hearing is you'd like to be able to push it, take another stress dice, and so that your character does not go catatonic.
Yeah.
What it could have been was maybe some resin dripped on my suit, and it was the resin that caught fire, but it didn't actually end up damaging my suit.
Which is fine. I'm fine with that. What I'm actually more wanting to make sure we're all clear on is that we aren't losing Davis as a character. They aren't going catatonic for the purpose of this character. So, okay.
And the incinerator is still active, and I'm just like, fucking... And the white ghost repetition definitely happened, but
in there, but I still so you didn't have to make a panic roll. I get it. So then we'll go. Here actually. Hold on. Oh, interesting. Hold on. So let me just to keep this in mind for future rolls as well too, because I've just realized this. Someone can come to your aid and try to break you out of panic. So there is a way to get out of that catatonic state. I thought it was a permanent mental trauma. Oh no, if you've rolled a result of 13 or higher on the panic roll during the game, you must make an empathy roll after the session. Roll for the attribute only, not only the skill. If the roll succeeds, you develop a permanent mental trauma. So it's actually not an immediate you lose the game situation. It could be one of those after the scene resolves, we'll now give you a permanent mental trauma as a result of
makes sense
of the panic. So
that makes sense.
We're all learning things.
Yeah. I mean, new system, who dis?
New system, who dis? So okay, great. So Davis, you pull out the incinerator. You watch as the pilot goes on. You scream, Rye. A gout of flame comes out. The creature shrieks as it pulls itself back. Rye, you basically put your hands up and catch a little bit of flame on your arms as you attempt to shield your face from flames coming towards you, but you kind of pull back as it is, and you kind of see that there's some flames on your arm, but you very easily pat it out in front of you, leaving a suit that deals with solar radiation all of the time as well too. Nothing but really just a little singed as the like greasy napalm that the incinerator shoots. It's just easily brushed off. Right, resume from there.
Yeah. Rye Davis, what's going on?
Fucking white ghosts, Captain. I don't know what the creature is, but it's big. It's big.
Are you safe? Are you both all right?
I couldn't fucking hear it at all. You have to keep your eyes out. It's fucking silent.
I think at that I pick up the motion sensor. Do I still see?
You do still see motion inside of the reactor chamber, right outside, one zone away from where they are at the moment.
Cap, where is it? Where is it? You got the sensor, right?
It's nearby. It's a zone away from you. It's moving.
Away or towards? Way or towards? And I'm just like scanning all around.
Good question. Away or towards?
I mean, it's kind of just rumbling around inside of the reactor chamber
Like it's
at the moment.
pacing.
Yeah, like it's almost like a caged creature inside of the reactor chamber at the moment.
So it's with us in this
It's
chamber.
with you in the room. It's with you in the room.
Well, not in that room. It's in the reactor room next to it because
Next
they're
to
in the
it.
control
Got it.
center right
Oh,
now.
yeah, right.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
in the reactor. Can you?
Get the reactor on. Turn it on.
Turn it on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Will that probably incinerate it?
Better than firing weapons in a nuclear reactor.
Yeah.
Sorry, I mean it kind of spooked me, and it was right over you, Rye.
No, you're
Let's-
fine. You're fine. I'm just saying we shouldn't go into the reactor and start shooting.
That totally fair. All right. And like I'll guard you while you get the resin off, okay? And I'm just like, yeah, just there, sentry.
Okay, so you're handing out there is what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Ryan, you're just continuing to try to make the reactor boot back up, right?
Yep.
All right. So let me grab this. So reactor. Where are you? There we go. Okay. So yeah, I need a heavy machinery roll.
Heavy machinery. Again.
Come on, you got this.
Strength plus heavy machinery. That's 4 plus 1 is 5.
Nice.
Ooh. Got one.
Got one? Okay.
Yeah.
So you're gonna need 3 turns of work in order to basically boot this thing back up at this stage. So,
Okay.
and on the first round,
I need to roll my stress die.
yes, roll your stress dice, please.
A 1. Okay, I'm good.
1.
You've only got one. Oh.
Yeah, I've only got 1.
Rye is cool and calm at this moment.
Whereas you see Davis there, just like sweat coming down their face. And, like,
Right.
And I've seen
Right.
it all already.
yeah,
How could you? You're 23.
Okay.
I know. I'm 27.
So I do all the work.
So, at this point, you're continuing, Davis, to stare into the corridor. Rye, you're basically you pulled off enough that you're starting to flip off the switches and start to hear as the blue light that's pulsating onto the front. Air rolls, everybody, air rolls, air rolls. And then I also want to hear what Cham and Miller are doing as well too, while this reactor's booting up.
Well, I'm okay for air.
You're okay for air?
Yep.
Great.
I'm also good for air. Cham,
Down
what
to
did
2.
You're down to 2.
3.
And down to 3.
Yeah. Did a lot of deep breathing with that fire.
Sucking up all that precious oxygen. So Miller and Cham, what are you up to at this moment?
Cham, can you look over them?
The people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am going to go into the cargo office.
Into the cargo office?
Yeah, I want to see if they don't have like a cargo manifest or something.
Okay. Okay.
try to identify what it is that we need to get and leave with.
Smart.
So where's the cargo office? Is that on D deck?
C deck. C deck on the left-hand side, like where, about a midship.
Midship.
Yeah, so
Oh,
if everyone's
cargo
on-
office. Oh, I see
Yeah.
it. Okay, so you have to go around into that.
Yeah.
Let me.
And I'm still keeping an eye on the motion sensor.
Yeah. Okay. So you go into the cargo office, and you can actually see that's where the cargo crane operatings are. Wow, words today. You can see that's where the cargo crane operation panel is, and it's got a viewpoint that's looking out into the vehicle bay. And now that you're looking out into the vehicle bay, you can actually see there is a shuttle in the vehicle bay at the moment as well too. So
So we can make an escape.
yeah, actually, let me check that. The cargo bay malls are pitch black inside, and even restoring the power will not activate the lights. It said the rattling of chains can be heard. And a winch in each room pulls the chains tight and secures the cargo safely. Oh, Bay 1 is filled with food stores, and Bay 2 is empty. There's no vehicle bay inside of there.
Oh, okay.
I apologize. Yeah,
All right. Well, if there's
that would be convenient, right?
yes, but since there's nothing too important in here, I'll head back to the balcony to where I was,
Okay.
keeping an
So
eye
you
out
kinda-
on the motion sensor.
You kind of double back, and you hear the sensor. It's still bing, bing. Make a power roll for it as well, too. I should probably make
yes.
that since you've been using it a bit.
Whoops, goes down to 2.
All right. So you kind of watch as you can see the battery slowly going down more and more, and you occasionally, Davis, you're just occasionally seeing as like a black tall shape is just running in circles around this giant reactor, and you can kind of hear it, and the glowing of the reactor slowly booting up will give it some just shape, and it's humanoid. Like it's tall. It's like I said, it's taller than you are, and it's mostly because of its elongated arms and limbs, and it's got this weird, like it has a mouth, but the nose and the eyes and the ears have all kind of been deformed so that it has this weird fleshy bulb that's just on top of its head.
Whoa.
At the moment. It's just grown over all of its facial features, and it makes a few laps before it turns, and on a dime it turns and just leaps towards you like a spider monkey, just and it just lands on top of your suit while you're pulling your flame up, and you can make a roll to attack it, but it's taking you down with a pounce at the moment.
Okay. Do I? Let's see. Do I make any kind of like mobility agility roll? Or anything
No,
like
this is a pounce. I made the attack roll and I succeeded.
that? Got it. Good to know. Well, that's fun. So, like, fuck! It's on me, Cap. It's on me.
Well, you can fire it first. See if you can catch it on fire before
Okay.
it pounces on top of you.
Oh, got it. Okay. Retcon that until after this fails. Oh, God.
Okay.
And then I'm going to roll my 46 stress die.
Oh no!
Oh, did it again?
No, well, I got, on my stress die, I got 2 1s.
That's a panic roll, everybody.
3d6! It's, I mean, Miller's getting fucked right now. Or, sorry,
Actually, it's
David.
4d6 at this point.
Oh, because I have 4 stress?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Oh, look at that! It was meant to be.
Wow. Okay. Well, remember though, we learned that this is not a permanent thing. You have not
Right.
lost Davis at this
Right.
stage. So take a damage. Take a
Whoa.
damage at the moment.
I only have 2 health, so that's good.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Okay. So Rai, you hear as this thing just leaps and jumps on, but yeah, and you attempted to fire, but it went high as you just shot a gout of flame.
It goes over my head, over like past the creature's
Everything
face.
past it, and it
yeah.
drops out of your hand as well too. Any hand items are dropped, it says, and
Okay.
you just basically feel as this thing, it leapt onto you, but you can see its hands are still human hands, if not the size of like gorilla fists at this point, and it's like laid its knees on top of your chest, and it's pinned your spacesuit down. And you basically felt the impact as you heard, as well as felt your exosuit's like plastic helmet just crack as it just made a huge impact. And you can see this bulbous like lip of flesh pulled over its eyes, over it, so all you can just see is serrated teeth and blood down the front of its mouth onto its like flight suit that's been ripped in so many different places because its form has just distended itself out of every conceivable scene.
And would I,
yeah.
because I wasn't in a panic, would I be able to like say anything? Or
well, at this point, you've fallen back, you've screamed, and you say nothing more. You're just now in full shock. So
okay, good to know.
I gotta shoot this thing.
Right, you're gonna shoot this thing?
Yeah, just whip out the gun.
You don't have the gun?
Load.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
I got my pistol, so I shoot it. I got one success on that. And
One success.
One with stress. 2 were good. Just
Okay. So, this thing. Okay, so you fire into it. You fire into this thing, and you basically shoot it, and you kind of watch as a slug goes into it, but it barely even flinches from it. As you kind of stand over it, or as much as you can, as this thing is just now wailing into Davis's spacesuit with reckless abandon at this stage. So,
hearing the gunshots.
Okay.
Because I figure
And the
we
screaming.
hear, and the screaming. Miller would run
right
to the reactor control room and
Right.
probably tap Cham on the shoulder as she goes by, and just like, come on.
Oh, right. Okay. I actually have to make a quick armor roll for this thing real quick.
oh, armor.
well.
That would be nice. 66 for armor? Oh.
So what it is, is it oh, come on. 66. Did I do that right?
It's /R66.
/R. /R66. It says with an error with my formula.
Are there any spaces?
Maybe.
60. Oh,
Maybe-
oh, here it is. That's one. Okay, so no successes. So,
Oh, thank God.
all right. Yeah, so you watch as this thing just pounds into it as Miller, you're running around the corner with Cham at this point, and you run into this thing, and you watch as this giant bulbous creature is now just on top of Davis's spacesuit, and Rise got their pistol just pointed onto it at this moment, and you're all there watching it happen.
Seeing as how I've got the shotgun with me, I will run up to the creature as close as I can and just say, "Leave her alone, you bitch," and fire with the shotgun.
Okay, well, shoot it with all of your might. Mobility and let me see. Actually, there's got to be some stats for
I
shotgun.
have range combat.
You have range combat. That's what it is. But let me just get the shotgun stats.
Oh yeah, sure.
So that we can see if there's any bonus dice because you're up close and personal. So, okay, it's not in the appendix. So let me just look it in gear real quick. This is the one time in which I have a PDF, so I could just control find it real quick.
Mm-hmm.
But been pretty good at this point. Okay, here we go. Yes, scope rifle, pulse rifle, the armament model, pump action, range short, bonus two extra dice.
Nice. Let's hope I roll something useful. I get 2 successes. And
2 successes.
3 successes with my stress die.
That's amazing. Okay, and each one of those is going to do 3 damage. So that's technically 9 damage. All right.
Okay.
Now let's just see if its armor can do anything about it. Miller, do you want to narrate to me how you turn this thing into a pile of goo in front of you and save Davis's life?
I come running, shotgun in hand, and I just shove it straight under the creature's jaw. As I say, get off of her. Fire, and the shell explodes, basically tears away half of its face on the other side of its head, as the creature will reel back and stumble and fall down on the ground.
And it just like you watch as it just has a couple of convulsive hands as it issues its death shrieks everywhere, just and it just falls down onto the ground and it just collapses into a pile right in the reactor room.
Miller, what did I say about fucking ghosts? Okay? Thank you. We learned that the shotgun works.
Yeah. Are you still catatonic, though?
Like, how does that work?
So how does that work? Yeah, you're catatonic until someone makes a command roll to snap
it.
you
Never
out
mind.
of
Oh, then I will. Davis, wake up.
Well, let's talk about what some other people are doing as well too.
All right.
Cham and Rye. I mean, this happened all. I mean, basically, Miller ran up, took charge, and blew this thing apart with a single hit. And you heard the scream as it resonated throughout the entire reactor room. But at some point too, you also heard another scream as well too, somewhere off in the distance, calling back to it in a similar cadence, but much, much farther away.
Okay. Well, I grabbed Davis and I'm like shaking him,
Okay.
trying to
So-
like snap him out of it.
all right, then you make the command roll. Snap him out of it.
I
I'm
don't
not paid
have
enough for this
command,
shit.
so I'm guessing empathy.
Yeah. That
Yeah,
makes sense.
empathy, and then if you don't have command,
Nope.
is it command? Hold on. Yeah, command is empathy.
Okay, I don't have command, so straight
So empathy.
empathy.
Ooh. Oh, plus your stress die.
And- yeah.
Plus your stress die.
Um,
Ooh.
So you now need to make a panic roll as well too.
okay.
Davis. Oh yeah, the panic is spreading.
Mhm.
It makes sense though.
Yeah, it does. It does. Narratively,
11.
this is beautiful.
What? 11.
Of course.
Okay.
Oh my god. At least
All
it's not catatonic. You know? We know 12
Yeah.
plus is catatonic. Oh my god, the system's brutal. I love it.
11. Okay. So, yeah. Okay, cool. All right, so you start shaking Davis as much as you can, and you're like, Davis, wake up, Davis! And you hear that other shriek from somewhere else, and you scramble over Davis in a flight response that's so primal and so unearthly that it surprises even you, Cham, as you stumble over him and you grab Rias and you basically just get behind Rye as quick as you can, and you kind of feel as Cham's hands are kind of like scrambling onto you like a terrified squirrel as it's running across. Everyone in the room gets an additional stress level,
Gosh.
but Cham, your stress goes down by 1.
Oh, crap.
So do I
I'm-
go to 3 and then back down to 2, or do I go
Yep,
down?
you're back down to 2.
Okay.
And I'm at 5.
Wow.
This is
Yeah, you
beautiful.
stressed everybody else out, but you went down.
Um,
So,
Question: What are some ways to like reduce stress besides that one?
so relieving stress after a full turn. If you're resting in a safe area that's secure from enemies, you can reduce your stress level by 1 point. You cannot make any skill rests, you cannot make any skill checks, and your rest has to be uninterrupted, or else it
Got it.
doesn't count.
Got
So,
it.
also, panic roll can also decrease stress as well as certain drugs.
Oh,
One more point. So once per act in a cinematic play and once per game session in campaign play, you can also interact with your signature item in some way to reduce your stress level by 1.
Okay.
So you can definitely, if you need to do that right now to feel like you're doing it, you can interact with your signature item as a slow action. And it basically takes up your whole turn. You can't move or do anything else. You can interact with your signature item in order to reduce your stress.
I'm already in a catatonic state though, so
You need to wait till you're out of it. Yep.
That's what I was.
All right.
Okay, cool. So
Yeah. So
moving
you
on.
basically you've heard this screech, and you've run Cham to get onto Rye, and you're in this reactor room, but you basically start to hear the glowing hums as you see the reactor starting to come back online. And you hear Mother over the intercom go, "Power restored."
Job's done.
Got it.
What?
Oh, wow.
Wait, did you?
Don't forget to roll your stress.
Yes. No! What? Oh my god! The dice are not in our favor.
Did you get panic? Okay. You just didn't get it. Okay, so you continue to everyone's trying to get, but Davis,
I was
nothing's
muted
coming
for
out.
the stream again. I keep hitting
Yeah.
the mute button. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Turn on the comms slowly and go, Wilson, you good, buddy?
Were you guys just shooting weapons inside of the reactor control room?
Control room,
Yes or no? Simple question.
Yes, but
All right.
in fairness, we mostly just hit the creature.
Just do me a favor. Make sure that nothing was damaged in there. Otherwise, this whole ship could blow up. Here, hold on a second, and that's my cue to do this. Jeez, buttons.
Like, so long as we're not on it when it blows up, I mean, then that solves the problems.
I don't really care about looting anything in this place or salvaging whatever it is the company Will and Wutani wants. I don't care. I'm leaving.
Did we lose Ivan?
I think we lost Ivan. Well, we win!
Comms to everyone except Wilson. So how about we just kind of like lie to Wilson a little bit and tell him that we did more than we actually did and make sure that this thing blows up without him knowing. So we don't got to deal with these fucking monsters anymore.
Hey, we'll be back. We'll fix cameras. Give us just a quick second. We'll be right back. And we are back, everyone.
Whoops. I think my internet was so excited about the self-destruct roll that I was about to make that it decided to kill the internet. But everything's back and fine now. So when we last left off, you had just gotten the power back on. You just booted up the reactor, and now you had find this disheveled, broken creature that Miller you had managed to take down in a triumphant way. And what do you want to do?
I tried to wake Davis out of their catatonic state, which did not work. So, Cham, do you want to help me? Oh, Cham, shit. Rye,
Yeah.
can you take care of Cham?
Jam, you good?
I'll be good. Yeah.
All right, come here, Davis, and I'll take Davis.
Just drag him by the under the arms and just drag it through the maintenance bay.
Yeah, because there's no room anyway.
That's right. So where do you want to drag him to?
The best would be a med lab.
Okay, so you want to take him back into
I mean, we head that way anyway.
the med lab back on the B deck.
On the B
do you want to
deck,
use the elevators, or do you just want to try to manhandle him up the ladder?
Aren't there stairs? There's a stairwell, right? Doesn't it go? Yeah, there's a stairwell that on deck C that goes back to deck B.
Though it's
Okay.
potentially towards that blip that you saw.
Shit! Is the blip still there?
Yeah, make a power roll, but we can check to see if it's still there.
Power 2, and I'm at power 1.
Okay. Stairwell? I think that's an elevator. I don't think that's a stairwell.
Oh shit!
There's ladders and then there's elevators.
It's
Oh,
a
okay.
stairwell on the
Say
map.
stairwell? Let me see.
Yeah,
Airlock, Ava, skip suit, intercom.
right
air
above
med
the
lab.
air scrubber shaft.
Right above the air scrubber ship.
It's a
Stairwell.
Well.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, it just says it's it's a ladder access. So I guess maybe it does have a stairwell. Let me see if the notes say anything about that. No, they don't. All right.
Oh, then
Okay, cool. We'll go by the interpretive tone of a stairwell, being that it basically is like a small, goes up on itself
Mhm.
kind of pattern, so that you can, or maybe even like a rotating stairwell that goes up through there, rather than just a ladder access junction going up and down, which is more common in spaceships. So.
Mhm.
Okay. So you're gonna basically go back and go back up towards that deck, dragging Davis behind you, with everybody else as you're going across the catwalk through the air scrubbers and up into the stairwell, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, let's So as you kind of come across the catwalk, Davis's boots just as they continue to just move across as you get over towards where the stairwell is. And yeah, Davis, you're just breathing heavily at this stage. And it's just so intense at this moment. You can't even think about anything other than just the fact that you just had this thing bearing down on you. And Wilson kind of turns back to you and goes, I don't know, gang. This is I think we should just get Davis back onto the Cronus, or onto the Montero, and then we should grab whatever we can, and we should just get back on the ship.
I'm with you on that, Wilson. The less time we spend here, the better.
All right. Damn. Okay. Well, then we should just get him onto the ship then. Do we not have to go to the med bay?
Yeah, ship. Okay, ship then. Let's
ship. All right. So, as you guys are heading back up, you head up to the stairwell to deck B, and You start heading towards the junction. You're not really paying too much attention. I mean, you're moving the motion tracker around, and there is a blip on the C deck where you are, or not? Yes, the C deck where you are, but it seems to be even higher up into like where the junction is, and you've kind of taken the stairwell to kind of bypass it.
Okay.
Then you. I'm sorry, gang. I just need to make my. I need to make my freaking notifications go to sleep. Slack is going a little silly right now. Sorry. Okay. And you kind of go up through that main stairwell into the part, and as you kind of get up towards the B deck, that's when you hear the mother come back online, and she reiterates that engines online. And you hear as I see more than anything that the lights have started to creep on have put on a whole new meaning, and then all of the access panels start to light up as well too, as really the Cronus starts coming alive. So, and then are you heading up to the Deck A airlock?
Yeah, that's where we left the ship. Yeah.
Right. So as you get into the B1 junction, or up to the stairwell leading up to B deck, you hear mother, but it's a different mother this time. It's actually the mother from the Montero, and it pipes directly into your comms, Miller, and you start to hear a klaxon go off inside of it as you hear mother begin to scream another alert over the comms, and it's basically saying, displacement drive malfunction, cascade failure imminent, fission reactor overload in T-minus 10 minutes. And it begins repeating, displacement drive malfunction, cascade failure imminent, fission reactor overload in T-minus 10 minutes. Everyone's stress level goes up again.
What?
Wait, is our ship about to blow?
Cascade failure imminent, displacement drive malfunctions. Are you going to try to calm into mother?
Yeah.
Okay. She basically repeats it and has not changed the pace. So she does not. What are you trying to inquire to her? What are you typing in?
I am trying to identify where this malfunction came from.
Okay, so make a CommTech roll.
That would be wits.
Yeah, wits and CommTech.
Well, I get a success.
Okay. Yeah, wits and CommTech.
I get 2 successes.
Okay. 2 successes. Okay. So you say, "Mother, shut down the countdown. Belay self-destruct, or even just fix displacement drive." And mother replies back, "Displacement drive has been displaced. Malfunction is imminent. Cascade failure in T-minus 10 minutes. Final countdown starting in T-minus 9 minutes." And she as you continue to try to displace her, like, "Mother, stop, mother, cancel." And she confirms that the destruction of the ship cannot be stopped. But she also reveals, and I'll say this in roleplay, Cascade drive has been tampered and has been read inoperable. Failure in T-minus 9 minutes.
Wait, someone tampered on our ship with our ship. Everything's going to blow. We need to detach this ship from the Montero.
But there was no one on our ship.
I look around. Is there anybody missing in the people that were with us?
Make a Whips plus observation roll.
Nice.
How many successes?
Gotta roll the stress. 2
Yeah.
successes. Yeah.
2 successes. Okay. Cham, you have been keeping an eye on these people ever since things have going down, even with that thing that was in the reactor core. No one has left your sight.
I look at one of them and I'm like, was there anybody else on the ship that could have woken up? Was there anybody anywhere else?
Clayton goes, our synthetic Ava, but she went inoperational before we went to hypersleep.
Shit.
But I haven't seen her at all. I haven't even seen her body.
Where was she last?
Cascade failure imminent. T-minus 8 minutes.
We have to. Oh, shit, our pilot's gone. We have to get this ship out of the way.
Well,
I think if I could get back on the ship, I could stop this? Like, get to the reactor on our ship?
that's up to you, Ryan.
I could go back on the other ship and I could try to stop it. What do you think, Miller?
You could try to stop it, or you will stop it.
I can try.
If the ship blows up, you blow up with it. I don't want that.
Well, it seems like dying there or dying here right now.
Right here we have a ship that works.
With an extra passenger.
There might be an extra passenger on our ship.
Fuck it, I'm calling it. We're taking this ship and we're moving away with it.
All right, so what's the plan?
We're getting onto the bridge.
So you're going to divert from your B1 junction, and you're going to head straight into the bridge.
Straight into the bridge and try to get the Cronus to move away from our ship.
All right, so head on over there. So you basically open up the door. It stops for a moment. It will not let you on. But then you remember, oh crap, you just need to take your key. And Wilson comes over as you're attempting to flip your key over, and it just keeps going, And Wilson runs over, takes the key card, jams it into the reader, and it goes bloop, and whoosh, opens right up. So you've got 5 different situations. You have the command station, you have the display table that's right there, the sensor station, life monitors, the pilot station. All right? And as you look to the pilot stations, you can see inside of Station 1, the console, there's a giant fire axe that's just been embedded into the console. And while it looks untouched, Station 2 is also dead. It's something that's not going to be evident until power restores. So as soon as your power's back up, you can see that it is still completely dead, the console itself.
Is the pilot console still usable?
So this is the thing. The Station 2 is completely dead. So you're going to have to go find out why it's not currently powered, which is going to require a heavy machinery roll at this point to go check it out.
I'll run up to it and do it.
You could also take, if you wanted to cannibalize all of Station's 2 parts and reattach it to Station 1.
Okay.
So just depends on what you want to do.
And just out of curiosity, well, no, I guess you're all kind of in panic mode anyway. So I was just gonna say.
Oh, this is all lovely, and the fact that they have to do all of this without the pilot, I think it's the best on the planet. So we're rolling with Davis continuing to be catatonic. So
Is the sensor station
I'm all
up?
about it.
the sensor station is up. It was
Does
damaged.
it have sensors in the ship?
Yeah, so there is, and so the station itself, it looks like it has a bunch of burn marks all over it, but it does look damaged, but it can be repaired. It's going to probably take a lot longer than the ship has left to go, though.
Okay, well, we'll worry about that later then.
All right, so if you want to start cannibalizing the parts of Station 2 and put them into Station 1,
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably going to be a much easier attitude, but you could also try to just reconnect the power manually by literally ripping off the panels and start shoving wires into each other as well, too.
I think I'll cannibalize the one for the 2.
Okay, so then Cham, make a Comtech roll, but you can take +2.
Can I help with that?
Everyone kind of gets their own shot at stuff, so
Okay.
there isn't a whole lot of assists in this. So either one person does it or the other, and so we'll get into it.
Oh,
Displacement drive failure. T minus 5 minutes.
Bleep.
Oh boy.
Nope.
Not with the stress dice either.
Nope.
All right, so Cham, you're attempting to pull things out, but it's an older system. It's just going crazy. You've lost a whole nother minute, so now it's 4 minutes left.
Oh my god, can I
Right.
just do it? Because I'm the Comtech person?
Yes, Rye, do it.
Just like, oh my god, why'd you
Yeah,
get
it's
in
because
my
I
way?
had heavy machinery, so I was going to use that, but whatever.
Oh, Cham, it was heavy machinery, but then plus strength, right? Or what?
No,
I was
Comtech.
I
Yeah.
was rolling Comtech.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I was wondering if you were making the right roll.
All right, go for it.
One. And then my
One success.
stress. Two
Two.
success.
2 successes. All right, so why don't you narrate for me, Bryce, how you basically cannibalize these parts to get this thing working up in order that you can just turn on the pilot station.
Okay, well, first I like put my hand on Cham's shoulder and then kind of like push him aside. And then I just start like, I just basically like look at what he's done so far and start like routing wires. I start rerouting wires. I pull like some I pull like a big chunk of the console off and just like take it over and like start reattaching wires, and like I'm shaking it and it doesn't quite respond right away, and then I just hit it and it lights up.
Yeah, so you basically hotbox this thing. You didn't even attach it into any housing or anything. You basically lifted up the console, put it on top of the damaged console, and pulled all the other wires out from underneath it, and then just jammed it. So it's like running like a motherboard without a case right now, just sitting
Yeah, it's
there
like
on
the sort
top
of setup that you have like a room fan to cool.
Yeah, exactly. And you kind of see the console boot up for the moment, and now someone can make a pilot roll to get this thing out of Dodge.
I'll pilot. I still have a bit of pilot.
I'm pilot, I fly. Yes, go.
It's agility and piloting, right? All right.
Yeah.
So that would be 5. I get a success, and I don't panic. 2 successes and I don't panic.
Okay. All right. 2 successes and you don't panic?
Yeah.
All right, navigate this thing away from me.
With a tear in my eye, I will move the Cronus, drift away from the Montanero, and engage the reactors, I guess? Yeah, engage the reactors and fly away. Sublight, but fly a good distance away from the
Okay.
Montanero.
So as this is all kind of happening, you're hearing as Mother is continuing to count down over and over from 3 minutes to 2 minutes to 1 minute. And at 1 minute, you've already left the Montanero out of your visual range and you can't even see it at all. But as you're slowly going by, you hear as the klaxons stop. And then a white light in the distance just as you see a giant shockwave of white energy just slam against the side of the Cronus, shaking it and reverberating it everywhere as all of the helium, the slowly decaying and hyper flammable helium-3 detonates, as well as the fusion drive with it. And it just rattles the ship to its core. You start to hear as D6. You start to hear as engines start to move around and shake, and air starts to pss, 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 as small pieces of air duct and paneling are falling everywhere. Your jerry-rigged your jerry rigged pilot station's Rye is like you have to kind of like hold on to it so it doesn't just snap off everywhere and you lose all piloting functions completely as things just start exploding everywhere. And you hear Mother come online and hear explosive decompression taking place in mess hall, junction C1.
No, not the coffee.
And mess hall, junction C1, and armory. And basically you can see a map on the side where the sensor display is, kind of watches these red flashes of lights come across the maps of the Cronus as these 3 parts of the building, just an explosive, just start flashing with, damage occurring everywhere as basically the Cronus just took a hit like nobody's business. And yeah, there you go. The Montero, Miller, your ship, which you have
My life.
your life, and so close to paying it off, has now exploded with its entire hull of tritium, which was degrading into helium-3. So you've lost your entire load. And now you're sitting on this vessel of the USS Cronus with 7 other passengers, or with 5 other passengers, as well as your crew. 4 now that the Clayton is dead. So, and you're wondering what you're going to do next. Honestly, I think that's a pretty sweet place to stop.
Yes. Yes. I was going to add, and we will discover that next week, actually.
As Davis is like sitting in the pilot's chair, he's like, just like still catatonic.
Oh, that's right. So now that this is all done and the ship's exploded, though, and things, I think since this is the end of the act, we can reduce everybody's stress level by 1 at this stage, and we can take you out of being catatonic, Davis, as well too. So
good, because I was at 6 stress, so
that's pretty damn close to. I think there is a max level of stress before.
that's why I was asking earlier, because I was like, I'm getting kind of high in the stress level.
Yeah, it's pretty. He's a bundle of nerves at this point, Davis is. So
Yeah.
Okay.
But that was a lot of fun. Thanks, Ivan.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah, did everyone have a good time?
Yes. Thank you so much for the
It was a
game.
lot of fun.
Cool. Well, thank you. I mean, I appreciate it. It's so funny. I've run this scenario twice already, and I'm so proud of how it is different every single time. So no one's gone straight down to the reactor core like you gang did, and that was pretty phenomenal. So so great job surviving this long and making it so that you basically have the working Cronus back up for all intents and purposes. The med scrubbers are not done. One thing that we will do before we leave is we're going to make one last air roll just to see how your air supply is doing, since you all are still wearing your spacesuits at this point.
I'm safe.
Safe.
I lost 1.
Oops. All right, so 2.
Yep.
Great. And then we'll keep track of that
Good.
for your next characters. Just keep in mind we're still keeping that air going. So, but not bad.
And by the way, thank you everyone for coming. Thank you, Ivan, for coming and jamming this game. Thank you to all of you who hung out in chat. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the raids and the host. And thank you to all of you watching over on YouTube. It is always greatly appreciated to know that we have fans on the other platform. Before we leave, let's just go around the table. Tell us who you are, where we can find you on the internet, and what you have going on in your life. You can, by the way, can post all of your socials in chat. Your Twitter handle has been displayed on the screen for the whole duration of the stream. But if there's anything that you want to plug, you can put it in chat. And we will start with, let's go with our catatonic pilot, Eddie.
So I'm Eddie Freeman. You can find me on the internets at Pixel Pirate, the first E being a 3 on Twitter. I'm Wandering Hearth on Twitch, which is something I'm starting to figure out what I'm going to do with that. But Yeah, I play with Ivan on Tuesdays and pop into games here and there on the internet.
You play with me on Tuesdays.
I'm sorry. Yes,
That's all
Simon.
right.
Simon, Ivan, sorry. Anyway, brain's barely working. But yes, yeah. So just keep an eye on the socials, and you'll find out different things that I'm doing.
Cool. Next up, we'll say Kika.
Hey, I'm Kiki. You can find me on Twitter at twitter.com/KikiVO and on Twitch at twitch.tv/Kiki. That's twitch.tv/KKKA. And next Monday on the Onyx Path, every Monday starting then, where you can see me and Simon and some other awesome people playing some Chronicles of Darkness. And also you can find my latest game that I made on itch.io at kika.com or kika.itch.io/a-lonely-haunt.
Whoa.
It's called A Lonely Haunt.
And it is an amazing game that we will stream sometimes in January, actually, here. I just need to fit it in my schedule. But before I talk about any of that, Rin, who are you? Where can we find you?
Hey, I'm Ren at Heaven's Night on Twitter. I'm in the Cyberpunk Red game on Simon's channel for now. And I don't know if I'll be in anything else later. Hopefully I will. And yeah, you can hit me up if you want to talk about anything. That's about it.
Cool. And last but not least, Ivan.
Hello. Yes, Hydra_Lord on all the things. Big stuff that's coming out right now is, got a Kickstarter coming out in February 3rd. So actually that's fine. Monday is the official announcement of the date, but I don't mind dropping it here because why not? So February 3rd is going to be the Kickstarter launch for the Altered Carbon RPG. So that's happening. It is happening. We announced it literally a year ago, but because of so many factors, we couldn't really announce the Kickstarter date until now, but it is happening now. So February 3rd, you can check out the official licensed RPG in the world of Altered Carbon based on the book series by Richard K. Morgan. And that's super fun. We also announced a PAX Unplugged that Hunters Entertainment is working on Werewolf 5th Edition with the people over at Paradox Entertainment. So that's awesome. And working on another RPG as well, too. That's an original concept. It's the heavy metal fantasy RPG called Gods of Metal Ragnarok. So lots of stuff. No shows currently at the moment, but if you were watching if you're fans of Critical Role and you happen to watch the Undeadwood, which is the Savage Worlds adaptation of the show Deadwood, I worked on that with Mr. Brian Foster to help kind of bring to life the world of Deadwood into the land of Savage Worlds, which was super fun. And that's that.
Awesome.
Bye.
Awesome. And as always, I am Simon at Wandering DM. Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you for playing. You can find us here on Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern playing Dark Matter D&D in Space. This is our last season of the show. The finale is coming soon, but if you want to watch the VODs, you can catch up on YouTube. They're all available at youtube.com/Randall Reinhardt. It's written right under my name right here on the overlay. On Alternating Fridays, we play Cyberpunk Red, our Cyberpunk game sponsored by Art Alsorian. And on Saturdays, we play, next Saturday, we'll actually play the sequel to this game and discover what happened to, or what is going to happen to the crew of the Montenero, the ex-Montenero.
Bye-bye.
And also, the next Saturday after that, we are coming back with our Vampire the Masquerade campaign, where we play vampires in New York City in our Nightfall campaign. Otherwise, we have new shows coming up in 2020. Like Kika said, you'll be able to find me on Mondays over on the Onyx Path channel, and other stuff that I will be announcing on Twitter very, very soon. New shows, new games, I'm also publishing an indie game in January called Journey to Black Mountain. So look it up and follow me if you want to know more about the channel and all that. On that note, we will get going. Thank you everyone for coming. I hope you had a good time and had fun. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Bye.